Hello? Okay. I think we're back. Sorry about that. It's like, why isn't the mic connecting? But we're good. Alrighty. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Just checking really quick. Now that I've got my microphone set up, that it's not too loud. Okay. Sweet. Here we go. Yep, looking good. All right, welcome in, everybody. Good morning / good evening. Today we are making a birthday cake. Let's see. I got an order from somebody online. Well, not online, on base, for a little birthday cake. So that's what we're working on today. It's gonna be funfetti. So I baked it whenever I was baking my cake for the llama pinata also. So that was nice. I could just make one big old batch of funfetti cake instead. So that was cool. Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody. Quit stalling. Yeah, I know. Well, normally it just connects automatically. I was like, where is the microphone? I came over here and started talking and I was like, wait a minute, there's only one audio bar going. Gotta look into that. Oh, we're off to a great start. And one of the wall tiles had fallen last night, so I was like, what is happening in here? Hey Proto, hey Sodium. Yeah. It's Monday morning over here, so kicking off the week with a fun, colorful cake. Plan for today is we're going to frost this one, add the sprinkles to it, then we will pop it in the fridge to chill while we mix up some fondant colors. It has like a bunch of star cutouts and then letters on the side. So I have red and green pre-mixed fondant, but I need to mix orange, yellow, purple, and blue, I think. And yeah, so we'll do that while the cake chills for a little bit, and then we'll be able to pop on all our fondant decorations. And the photo she sent me had some characters from an animated show. I have to look it up, I don't know. I didn't recognize who it was, but she said she has her own little toppers at home to put on the cake, so it's a fairly simple design today, but that's good because I have to have it done by, well, she has to have it by like 5 p.m., so, which should be plenty of time. Yeah. She picked an 8-inch cake. And yeah, vanilla buttercream, so it's kind of your typical simple birthday cake flavors. And we are doing all my cakes that I usually do, like a standard circle cake offering. They're always 3 layers high instead of 2 layers, so it's a good deal. Get nice tall sides, which is good, especially for this one because all the text is going to go on the side, like the front of the cake, so you need some vertical space to work with. Here we go. And I'm going to try to work quickly while the frosting's nice and loose. Just whipped it up, because then we'll get our sides will be like nice and smooth and glossy. And then the sprinkles go all around the bottom like a border. There's no piping border, but there is a sprinkle border, which is cool. But yeah, should be a pretty chill assembly. Dora the Explorer cake. Yeah, just surprise! Different character. make boots and backpack and put them on there. I mean, what kid doesn't like Dora the Explorer once they've seen them? It's a great show. Classic. The llama cake turned out so good. Oh, thanks so much. Man, I was so excited. It was fun. I really enjoyed the process because I got to do, I don't know, a lot of new little techniques. So it was fun to try some new stuff. And so he forgot it. It's still in the fridge, but my husband's gonna take his leftovers. I kind of dismembered him after and took him off that little pedestal that I had made that I wrapped in plastic because I was like, I could use this again. And they're gonna eat the cake anyway. So basically he's in the llama is in the fridge, is like his body, and then his head's like stacked up next to him. So what I always do with if I cut it on stream, I like mash. You either have to like really seal up the exposed area where you cut it so the cake doesn't dry out, or if you like, you know, mash the pieces back together and then spread the frosting back over it. Because yeah, I don't want it to dry out before they get to eat it. And I'm glad I took some time to repair it because he forgot to grab it before he left for work this morning, but that's okay. And I need to scoop this right here, get this a little closer to me, and grab a plastic scraper. Yeah, today we're using big spatula to cover more surface area. This cake looks really big on the video. It looks gigantic. But yeah, it's just an 8-inch diameter, but grab 2 just in case. But yeah, she'd okay a substitution if necessary, right? Oh, I mean, yeah, if something, I talked to her, like if I had to, I, you know, could tell her, you know, like if I ran out of something or we didn't have anything, but I'm not gonna like change up the design last minute on her, since, yeah, we didn't talk about that ahead of time. But yeah, I always tell people if, like for her purposes on her photo that she had for inspo, I was like, okay, so for the letters, the cutters that I have are a slightly different text. Is that okay? And she was like, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, people are pretty chill about some substitutions. I'm not gonna go crazy and give them an entirely different character, I don't think, but that will be cool when we start making more characters on the stream, and then if I could post them to. So part of the reason I wanted to do the Valentine's Day promo, I was going to also like follow up with a message like, hey, would you like to be considered for like in a raffle or lottery for free cakes in the future? Because in that way I could like, you know, share even more cakes with the base community, like with not just with people who are in my husband's building. And then if we make like a cool character, maybe that would be like a fun surprise for like some kid's birthday. Their mom's like, oh, what, a free cake on the Facebook page, that's sick. So of course if we cut them on stream, we'll always have to do a little, I'll have to do a little off screen emergency surgery. But I think that would be fun. And then, you know, spread the cake love around, and then none of my cake recipients will get too sick of cake, you know. But yeah, for now, I'll just go to the office until I post it. I might just post a random page, like a random post the next time I have a big one I need to get rid of, see if anybody wants it. But I feel like if I kind of preface it ahead of time, they know I'm not just like some random person who's like, hey, do you want this cake that looks like it's been a little bit tampered with? I'm like, okay, let me establish like a connection with the community first, and then you know, hopefully people will be, I mean, also I could just explicitly say what the deal is, like, hey, I make cakes for videos, but you know, they don't always have an intended recipient if I don't have an order, so. But yeah, that'd be fun. And also, I don't live too far from the base, so it's pretty easy to meet people up there. And then they don't have to come to my house and I don't have to deliver it. So it's like an easy common ground. Plus there's like a lot of like younger, like enlisted guys, and who doesn't want a free cake when you're, you know, there's like young families also. So I don't know, I feel like free cake would be a cool thing to see just pop up in your feed some days. And it's the same thing with pricing. Like when people do order from me, I'm like kind of, what's the word? Figuring out like the sweet spot for pricing out here. Cause like obviously I'm not charging the same price that I was when I lived in Northern Virginia. Like I'm not charging DC prices. Like you kind of have to feel out the clientele, I guess. The icon in the back makes it look like you're wearing a colorful hat. Oh yeah, like a little fruit tiara or something. Ruin everyone's New Year's resolution. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the day that all the people in my husband's office are like, "Raw, don't bring any more cake. We're sick of it." So I want to have this backup plan ahead of time. One of the guys in his office, who is usually the most excited about cake, he's out of town right now, so he's been missing out on the, like he missed the curvy cake last week and the little heart piece cake. So yeah, hopefully when he comes back I'll have something else, because he was the one who explicitly kind of spoke for everybody and said, we don't care if she has to cut them in if they look a little rough when they come into the office, like just bring us any kind of leftover cake. I was like, sick, this is the perfect setup. Alrighty. Like they ate the clicker cake I made on the YouTube page. I cut into it for the video, and again, I just kind of like, after I cut it, I kind of mashed it back together and then sent it on their way, or on its way to them. Yeah, so all good. But yeah, how's everybody's evening going? We're winding down the weekend, so I think Sunday nights are a good night for just a kind of chill, cozy stream. Oops. And oh y'all, we got our first official first bright shiny new subscriber on Twitch. That was really exciting. I did not expect it to happen so fast. I was like, yeah, we're getting lots of followers, how fun. But I thought it was gonna be a long ways off before anybody like decided to actually subscribe. But I had, when I was going to get sprinkles for this cake, actually, I had a little idea. I was like, ooh, I should get some, like a little party popper for when we get our first subscriber, and I'll just pull it out of nowhere and pop it. I thought I was gonna be holding on to that thing for months, so I had it, you know, under the desk. And then somebody subscribed last night, and I was like, wait, and pulled it out and did a little party popper. I was like, dang, I didn't think I was gonna be using that soon. I was gonna like have it lying in wait, basically. So cool, how exciting. But yeah, that being said, this week I wanna hop on getting the Discord set up. I gotta look into that because I know, like I wanna make sure I have all the settings right. I know you have to do like different permissions and stuff for people in the Discord, so I wanna make sure I get that right. I thought, I haven't used Discord a lot, honestly, so I thought it was gonna be a little more simpler, just kind of like setting up a profile page kind of thing, but I was looking into it last night, like how to customize it and everything. I was like, oh, this is like a little more involved, so I'm hoping to get that done this week though. Sit down and just kind of set it all up and customize it a little bit. And hey you! Howdy howdy! I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now, so hi, welcome in. The stream is cozy. Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I hope so. That's kind of why I picked relaxing music for the background, and usually I'm just up here kind of rambling story time style. So yeah, it's been it's been good so far. But it's a work in progress. So I also need to get the, what do you call them? The subscriber emotes. I had started working on those. I didn't think I was going to need those so soon. So I have one concept that I'm going to go ahead and finish and roll out, but I kind of want to rework them and come up with another concept eventually. But just so I have something in place, I'm going to finish the ones I started. And yeah. Sub sounds. Yeah, I need to get sub sounds and like all my alerts set up. And I thought about a couple like little animations I want to make in Procreate for the channel. Yeah, so lots of fun little projects to do also. So I'm excited. I have 3 of the subscriber emotes are animated. Well, the third one, I'm almost done animating it, so that'll be fun. They are kind of silly. I kind of got excited about the concept I had for them, and then afterwards I was like, I don't know, do people like... No way, do people like clowns? Okay, so the concept is they're little cupcake people, but I was drawing, you know, they're just their heads, and I was drawing them. I was like, oh, cupcake people, that'd be really cute. And like, they'll have like a neck ruffle, and that kind of represents, you know, the fluted cupcake paper. And then their hair, quote unquote, is just a big swirly pile, so it looks like a, you know, like a bouffant or something, just like a tall, fluffy hairstyle. And then I was like, well, if it has a ruffled neck collar, it might as well have a clown nose. Anyway, so they started looking more and more clown-like. I was like, I don't know, do people like clowns? I think they're fun and kind of unique, but I'm also, after I started making them, a couple days went by, I was like, are these weird? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so all that to say, I'm gonna go ahead and finish those, but in the meantime, just so I have, since I have a bright shiny new subscriber, so I have subscriber emotes, but then I want to start coming up with some more other fun ideas. And I should also peruse like some of the existing emotes that we can add for chat too. So yeah, anyway, I'm excited about all the fun customization options that we can do for the channel and really make it our own. That's looking pretty good. It's nice and smooth so far. I'm gonna go around a couple more times and then, oh, today I can show you the technique I was talking about before. For making your top edges of your cake nice and like crisp and like sharp corners, like that's what they usually call them, like making a sharp top corner, people do it different ways. So like some people will, you know, while it's still soft, fold it down and smooth it out. What I like to do is chill it and then come and shave off that top corner. So we'll do that today, because the other day I was talking about how that's how I like to normally do it, but since the design that we were working on, oh, it was the heart cake, that's what I was working on. The design that I was working on, I was trying to just kind of quickly roll from one to the next, so I wasn't stopping to, pardon me, I wasn't stopping to chill it, you know. And I'm just looking, that's why I got down on eye level. There was like a place on this side where it dipped down, so I need this all to be, you know, higher than the top level of the cake. So I'm just filling in some gaps. So even though the sides look nice and smooth, I need to make sure that the top comes up high enough all the way around the cake. So I'm just doing that really quickly, and then we will finish smoothing the sides. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Oh, we got a new subscriber, cool. Cooking, baking, spend a lot of time watching those bake-off shows. Oh, I love bake-off shows. Sweet. New subscriber alert. Oop. That one didn't have as much confetti, but yeah, maybe these are too loud also. Okay. Well, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. That's really exciting. Aw. Hey, thanks. Thanks for stopping in and watching also. Yeah, because we're live on YouTube and sorry, Twitch. I just got really excited because we got a new subscriber. Yeah, I do need to set up alerts clearly and pull up that other window on Twitch, because right now I just have the chat, but I need to pull up the other alerts. Oh, that's why, because I didn't turn on the iPad. I had gotten my frosting all soft, and then I realized that that panel was down behind me and that the sound wasn't working, and so then I forgot to turn on the iPad after I started fooling around with all those other things. So here we go. Perfect. Okay, so now I just need to go back around and smooth one more time. And then we will put it in the cooler in the fridge to chill for a minute while we mix up our colored fondant. So yeah. But yeah, I love bake-off shows, like the British Bake Off, basically all of them. And I really love the decorating heavy shows too. Like I just saw last night, I was sitting down to work on some drawings on Procreate, and we were putting something on to listen in the background. But we were scrolling through Netflix and I saw that they're doing like a Valentine's Day episode of Is It Cake? So that'll be a fun watch later on. That one's really cool. I'm curious to see what techniques people pull out for this season. They do a lot of cool stuff with molds and like, you know, handmade molds, which is definitely the way to go for the hyperrealism. But I do think it's cool when someone spends a lot of time like by hand adding texture to a cake and stuff like that. But I understand if you're going for hyperrealism, you want to just, you know, a mold is the way to go. Okay, so that's looking pretty smooth. We just need to go around it one more time. And there is like a little gap at the bottom. You might be able to see there's like a little bit, but I'm about to, before the frosting sets in the refrigerator, I'm going to put the rainbow sprinkles all around the bottom. So I'm mostly just looking at, you know, from here up to be sure that that's perfectly smooth. And the bottom is, you know, kind of going to take care of itself with the sprinkles and all. So that's good. All right. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and apply the sprinkles and then we'll chill it and get ready for our letters and stuff. I have my food coloring and my fondant on deck. And, oops, got a little confetti. Yeah. There we go. And I will go ahead and wipe off the board because that's gonna be trickier to do after I put the sprinkles on. So, but yeah, I'm excited that we got an order this week. I actually don't know this person personally. I think it was like through word of mouth, like maybe one of the ladies from my book club who has ordered a cake from me before. I imagine they're a mutual friend of them, so that's exciting. She sounds really nice. Yeah, but her husband gets off. Originally, we were both going to meet up, but her husband gets off at 5, so she was like, oh, well, if we're meeting on the base anyway, he'll be off work, so he could just grab it on his way home. And I was like, hey, that works for me. Whatever you think. I figure that's simpler than having people come to the house also. Also, our apartment is like split level, like, so our landlord lives on one level and we live on the other level, so I don't want to encourage a lot of like traffic to the house also. Not that it's a big deal. We have like separate entrances and separate doorbells or whatever, but still, you know. Okay. There we go. I have some new cake boards incoming. Yeah, Party Popper. I was just saying I had those on deck for whenever the first subscribers started subbing. But like I said earlier, I was not imagining that would happen so soon. I thought that they would be nearby for months before I would get to pull one out and use one, so I'm excited. I need to find some with more confetti next time, although I'm glad that none of the confetti went on the cake because the AC unit is up there and it's blowing this way, and then I popped it this way. I was like, oh, I should have thought about that beforehand if the confetti could have gotten near the cake, but we're all good. It's fine. It was far enough away. Yeah, they have that one on Netflix. Oh, hi, Fight Lady Fight. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, they have, I'm pretty sure the new season of Is It Cake is on Netflix, I think. I want to say, yeah. We pared down on our streaming subscriptions at the beginning of the year. So that is the one subscription I still have right now. Besides, I also turned on Apple again for like a month because I wanted to watch the new season of Shrinking is gonna come out soon. I think it maybe already started, or no, maybe the first episode dropped, I don't know. But yeah, so that's good. We're trying to, you know, reduce extraneous spending in our household, so we're just Netflix and YouTube right now. But honestly, been pretty busy, so haven't been just like sitting and watching a lot anyway. So I put on Dairy Girls last night to listen to also while I was doing some drawing, so that was fun. That show is so silly. But it was cracking me up. It's very outlandish. Okay, and then the sprinkles that I have, got them from Daiso. Just a little, hang on, 1 second. Slide this over. Some little rainbow sprinkles. There we go. Yeah, but I grabbed a couple packs of them because I wasn't sure how many I would need. They're cute. They're red, orange, yellow, green, purple, and like very pale pink. So there we go. They also had, I think for Valentine's Day, they had some other sprinkles out, and they also had some different small packages of like dark chocolate and little colored candy melts and things like that for sale. So that was cool. I grabbed, they had like pinks and reds out, and I grabbed a pack of red melting chocolate for the Yoshi cake. I want to make his saddle, like the little kind of round saddle on his back. I want to make that out of chocolate when we make Yoshi so that it can be kind of have a glossy finish to it. And I have, if it's to scale to one of the silicone molds I have, we'll definitely do that. Also, after I add the sprinkles, I'm also going to pull up chat so I can get all the alerts and stuff. But yeah, so best way to do this is usually just by hand. And you just don't want to bump the top of the cake while you're placing them around the base. But you just gently, I'm gonna move this towards the center of the table so they don't scatter off the edge of the desk. Although, one good thing to do when you're doing this is put a sheet pan under your cake turntable so that it catches all your loose sprinkles. I don't have my sheet pan in here right now, but that's okay. Plus the tabletop is freshly sanitized, so any sprinkles that do fall, I can just scoop them back into a new package and use them later. Cuties. There we go. And I do have to put, I think, 3 lines of text on the front side, so it goes like happy birthday, a number, and then the name at the bottom. So I don't want to come up too high with the sprinkles actually. This looks good, just like a thin border at the bottom. a thin festive border. Yeah. And going around. I also just realized I didn't get this fully centered on the cake board, but that's okay. There we go. Aw, tell Dexter I said hi. Here we go. Nice. But yeah, so Friday we will have one. I got one Valentine's Day order so far. I haven't checked this morning since I woke up, so I need to check and see if there were any new orders. But we have one Valentine's Day order, so we'll make that. But I also need to decide on a character for Friday. And again, that's also part of the reason why I'm so anxious to set up the Discord chat, so that I can have, you know, that'll be where people put their suggestions in the future for cakes and stuff that everybody would like to see. And we were brainstorming like channel point redemption things last night, and I think we came up with some fun ones. So again, lots of things to update on the channel this week. So that's part of the reason, even though today is a simpler cake, that'll be good because I can use some of that extra time, since I've been streaming like 4 hours typically at a time, but I can use some of that extra time to work on getting everything set up on the channel. Some administrative details, I guess I am thinking. Yeah. Go. So just pressing the loose ones in at the bottom so they don't go scattering everywhere. Here we go. Alrighty. And I'll probably put some more on the top too. I think that the design had them like around the top. After we level the top out, we'll do that as well. So sprinkles are in. There we go. And I'm gonna run this to the refrigerator. Oh, there's like one little gap right here. Run this to the refrigerator and we'll mix up some colored fondant while we wait for this to chill. But yeah, there we go. Sprinkle time, baby. Fun and simple. And I got some boxes too, so we can box this up while we just chat and hang out. Oh, I can show you my stickers from a while ago. I ordered them online like forever ago, and they came in a big, just a big, super huge roll of them. So I still have them from like ordering them. What year was that? I don't know, like almost three years ago. I still have them, but yeah, they're just little kitty cats and they say thank you, but I thought they were really cute at the time. How long did it take you to develop the skills to create the creations you make? You're really good. Oh, thank you so much. I have been like, I started casually decorating like when I was about 12 years old, but I've been professionally decorating for 10 years. So yeah, that was when I got my first cake decorating job. I worked as a pastry chef for like 2.5 years at a restaurant, and then simultaneously after I left that restaurant, a second restaurant, I was working there, Garde Manger, like the salad bar, and then I was supposed to help him develop a pastry section. And at the same time, that was when I first started working at like long-term, started working at a cake shop. There was one other cake shop that I worked at briefly before, but they were struggling, and so it didn't last very long. Yeah, so yeah, it's been pretty cool. and then worked at several different bakeries since then. I used to live in Florida, and then I relocated to Northern Virginia, and I worked at a couple bakeries up there in the Maryland and Virginia area, and then started my own business in Virginia for about 2 years, and then we moved out here to South Korea, so that's where I'm at now. So the business had just kind of gotten up and rolling. I was about to hire my first employee and stuff, and then we got the word that we were moving, so I was like, okay, we will put this on pause, but I wanted to still be decorating, so this is why I started, offering cake orders to people who live on base, and then also I started the cake decorating channel because I still want to, make myself decorate regularly. I don't want to stagnate. I'd like to keep developing new skills and practicing more techniques, so that's why we're here. So thanks for coming along for the ride. And it's exciting since I don't have as many orders now. I was talking about this yesterday, I think also. It's exciting when I'm just making a cake for me and for you guys just to watch, is because we can have total freedom with the design choices. And that also means that I get to work into the design choices new techniques that I want to try. So last night's stream, I wanted to make a structured cake, that was on a support. So I was like, okay, we'll start with a 4-legged animal. So I made that piñata cake. And then soon I want to try a 2-legged animal, and that's gonna be Yoshi. So yeah, I wanna make Yoshi. I think looking ahead for the next 2 months, at the end of this month, the big cake that I want to do is the Resident Evil cake. And then towards the end of March, that's when I want to do middle or end of March, whenever I get all the supplies I need for his structure, his armature. That's when we'll do Yoshi. And then that'll be kind of cool because I think the new Mario movie comes out on April 1st. So it's kind of just hyping up for the new Mario movie. So yeah, it'll be fun. So I'm gonna go pop this in the fridge, and I'm also gonna grab my letter color cutters. I left them on the counter in the kitchen, so grab those, and then we'll be right back mixing up some fondant. That sounds so exciting. Yeah, I don't know, I'm having a good time. So I don't know if it'll just be cool to see what new designs we come up with, and also to see what designs everybody's interested in seeing most, So that'll be fun. It's always fun to, brainstorm and workshop ideas together. Like even when I'm just chit-chatting with my husband, he, I'll be talking about one thing and he'll be like, oh, what if you did this too? I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even think of that. That's a great idea. So, yeah. All right. Safely made it to the refrigerator, and we'll be back shortly, little cake. Don't miss us too much. Grabbing the cutters. Got 2 extra packs of sprinkles in here too. Okay. Let's see then. Bonnet cutters. And we can nudge our cake turntable out of the way. Won't need him for a minute. And sprinkles. Off to the side with you. There we go. There we go. I ate way too many M&Ms last night. After I made the piñata cake and cut it open, I was like, well, I guess I gotta eat all these M&Ms that scattered onto the table. So I ate too many. It was good. I haven't had M&Ms in a while, so I was like, yes, delicious, crunchy treat. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. And I need to pull up the other chat window really quick, the mobile dashboard. So I'll just take this off. and put on a new one. Trash can. I need like an actual trash can back here. Right now it's just a bowl. Okay, here we go. Stream manager. Bear with me a moment. Oh, there's tabs at the top, and one of them is Hellmart. Did y'all see that the new Hellmart game came out? So scary. Well, before it was just the demo, but now it's like the actual game. I was watching somebody play it the other day. So scary. Here we go, stream manager. Okay, now I can pull up alerts and stuff. Yay, subscriber. Okay, cool. Now we have. Also, we got a new follow, 2 new follows. So thanks for following, guys. Yay. All right, we got our activity feed up, so we're good. Yeah. Hopefully, the more I do this, all this will become second nature and become more natural. Also, as we get things like automated and set up, like the alerts and everything will go a little smoother for sure. Okay, so I need orange, blue, purple, and yellow because I already have red and green fondant, so just gotta mix some of that up really quickly. I got the super small ones, which I like because when I'm working with fondant or sculpting in particular, I don't like having a lot of extra wiggle room in the fingertips, but sometimes I wear the medium ones and I might have gone a little too crazy this time. That's okay. All right, yellow, orange, purple, and blue. Is that what I said? Yeah, I think so. We got yellow, orange, purple, and blue. I don't know. I might also need the second color of purple. Also, yeah, that should be good. I'm gonna pop the sprinkles in here with the other sprinkles. I need to get like a sealed baggie for them later, but we're just gonna put them out of the way for now. Okay, so we don't need a ton of each color because it's just like some stars and letters that we're gonna cut out. So we just need like a little ball of each color probably, so. And I need my different size star cutters also. All right. I'm using Satin Ice Fondant. It's a good brand. It's soft, it tastes pretty good compared to some of the other brands of fondant. Yeah, as far as the brands that are widely available, I would recommend it. It's not sponsored. But it's a good one. Also, it smells delicious when you open it up. There's another brand we used in the States called PME. That one was pretty good too. It was a little softer, so I wouldn't recommend that one for like sculpting as much. I mean, unless you put like a lot of Tylose powder in it, but still. Here we go. Okay. Boop and boop and boop. Alrighty. Oof. And we'll start with our lightest color, so that way if we get colors stained on our gloves, we won't get the darker colors mixed into our yellow fondant, you know? Big brain energy. I am just getting to the point where I might need to order certain new food colorings. These, surprisingly for how small they are, these are only 1.75 ounces each, or no, only 7.75 ounces each. Oh, that was way too much. Oops. Yeah, they last a while. I'm actually gonna grab some extra fondant to mix into that since I squirted out way too much color. can use that to color the orange color also. But I pretty regularly need yellow fondant, so I just need to wrap it up super tight so that I have it for the next time that I need to use it. Yeah. When I went to get these rainbow sprinkles, I also found some cute sprinkles that I hadn't really seen before. They're little letters, and so I thought what would be fun would be one day to make a cake with like, you know that game? Basically, I was thinking we could make a cake that's like Wheel of Fortune, and then I could have chat guess letters for the puzzle, and we'll actually have like a puzzle for you guys to solve. So that'll be fun. I haven't decided on the cake design, just that general concept. So thrilled to catch you live. Gotta turn in shortly. Oh, good night. Thanks for checking in. I'm glad that the timing worked out. I've been trying to get started a little bit earlier my time so that, you know, people in the States could tune in too, because most all of my family lives close to the East Coast. So yeah, I'm glad you got to stop in for this one. But yeah, sleep tight and have a good night. Love you lots. There we go. Nice, bright, cheerful yellow. But yeah, definitely need gloves for fondant. Color mixing and all. I mean, you can just go crazy and mix it with your hands, but get ready to have your hands be tie-dyed for a couple days. Right. Nice orange color. I feel like orange is one of the food colorings I use the least. Not because it's not a popular color, but it's like super pigmented, and I don't know, I feel like a little goes a long way for the orange. I'm gonna add just a dab of this yellow to the orange. Looks like Cheetos colors. Oh, I'm excited. Speaking of Cheetos, we had to go to the other base the other day, and their commissary is like way bigger. And there's just some like snack foods that I can't find here in Korea, and just like, you know, the grocery stores that are in my neighborhood. So when I have a particular craving, sometimes I have to wait until I go to that other base. It's a couple hours away, like at least an hour, sometimes 2 hours, depending on traffic. But on chat the other night, we were talking about kettle potato chips, and it really got in my head. I was like, rats, now I want some Zapp's potato chips. So I did get a little bag of Zapp's potato chips. That's gonna be my end of week treat, I think, on Friday. I'm gonna have some potato chips. Had some eggs for breakfast. I had boiled a handful of eggs ahead of time just so I could, like, on mornings where I'm like still waking up and like not thinking straight, I can just like easy breakfast. That's also why I eat a lot of oatmeal, because oatmeal is just easy to pull it out, heat it up, and you're good to go. So, and I do like those protein oats that we get. It's like the Kodiak kind. And they're not sweetened, so sometimes I add like a little extra fruit, like frozen fruit or like chopped bananas to them. So again, an easy option in the mornings when I'm not firing on all cylinders yet. It's funny, I've shifted back into kind of a night owl again. I wonder if that's because like my biological clock my circadian rhythm had been tuned to, you know, US time zone for so long. And so now I'm on the opposite side of the world. I don't know. I don't think that's science, but Yeah, I used to get up super early every morning working like bakery hours, obviously. Like I'd be up at like, I was a decorator, so I didn't have to be in as early as the bakers usually at the bakeries I worked at, but still, like getting up at like 4 and 5 o'clock to get there by 5 or 6 o'clock. But that just seems like a long time ago now. Yeah, so my body tends to want to stay up later and wake up later. But I prefer to have like my time in the morning. Ooh, especially this morning, I woke up and looked out the window and it had snowed last night, so there's just a little romantic, soft blanket of snow over everything. I had forgotten. We had talked about it earlier in the day that it was supposed to snow, but I had forgotten. So it was a surprise again when we woke up. There you go. Just a dab will do. And the blue in her photo is navy. I'm gonna mix this pretty dark for that reason. I didn't ask her particulars if like, about that color. I had meant to be like, do you want it navy or is just any blue fine? So I'm gonna mix it pretty dark. It's definitely simpler when people bring you a photo for a reference for a cake, but I do love, especially now since I have so much more time, to come up with cake designs. I love it when people just have like a concept and then they're like, okay, go crazy. And I'll like make a few designs up and present them to them and see what they like. And that's also good when you're doing custom cakes because then you can offer, you know, several different price points that can satisfy, you know, different budgets. So that's handy too. Yeah, but when I was doing the business in Virginia, you know, I'd be going and answering my emails and then setting up, making different sketches and Procreate and sending them off and stuff like that. And it was still fun then, but that did take up, you know, a decent amount of time. So I tried to do that, front load that in the beginning of the week because invariably, or I guess I should say typically the end of the week is always the busiest time for decorating and baking because you get more orders. Well, at least I tended to get more orders on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. So it was always good to do admin in the beginning of the week. Okay. This is pretty dark. It's not navy, but I think it's close enough that we're gonna roll with it. Yeah. I just didn't want it to be like baby blue and be totally different. So, it's nice and bright. So we will move on to purple. Little fondant crumbs. And again, purple is always the trickiest color because even when you have purple food coloring, like this violet one, if you only put a little bit, it comes out more like gray looking. This neon bright color, what brand is this? Chef Master. This is probably my favorite purple food coloring that I've found. I haven't tried all of the like AmeriColor purple food colorings, but I feel like this is the most purple. That's not very specific, but like, I don't know what I think of when I think of like purple. Not violet, not, you know, red violet or, you know, lilac or something, but just like kind of a straight purple. Does that make sense? Because like violet, I think slightly more blue. Like you see, this is supposed to be violet and it's got more of a blue hint to it. Ooh, I need to check the battery really quick. One moment, I'm gonna creep around to the other side of the camera because I didn't put the display up. But I can't grab it right now because I got sticky fingers. Okay, we're gonna change the battery after I finish mixing these colors up. Okay, and I'll add a teeny touch of violet to this one. And It's also like the colors, the gel colors kind of react a little differently whether you're mixing them into buttercream or fondant. Obviously, I guess because you have to emulsify the colors into the fat, it takes a lot more food coloring to color the buttercream than it does the fondant. The fondant picks up, oh, that's a bit much. We'll see how that goes. Fondant picks up the colors more easily. Oh, but we were talking last night about kneading fondant, and like, yeah, back in the day when I was doing giant cakes all the time and like kneading big wads of, like, I'm talking like several pounds of fondant at a time, I was like jacked. Like I've noticed a bit of a loss of muscle mass since I'm not making such huge cakes anymore. I'm like, I need to be intentional about figuring out a workout. So, because this isn't exactly a lot of physical activity. Got some sticky ASMR going on. There we go. Alrighty. And then our red and green is already mixed. And I'm gonna double check my photo and be sure that that's all the colors. I think we got all of them. Slide you over. There you go. For later. And pull up the photo super quick. I can show you guys what we're going for. I think it's in my screenshots. Posture. Yeah, I forget, I've made a cake with these little animals on it before. I just forgot what the show's name is. Anyway, so here is the design. So stars all over of different sizes, and then the name and the message is going on the side. So simple but cute design. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab my star cutters because I think I have my like middle-ish sized ones, but I don't have my teeny tiny ones back here right now. So we'll do that really quickly. And yeah, we'll get all set up to cut things out. I am going to probably like cut them and immediately stick them on the cake so they don't dry out. Speaking of which, I need to wrap these guys up. Yeah, here we go. Grab one of these thingies. And set it aside for now. Yellow. But yeah, they're all pretty moist since we just mixed all that extra color into them with the food coloring, so they're not going to dry out super quick. But anytime I mix Tylose powder into fondant, it's a race against the clock to just like shoo, 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 like get it wrapped up immediately, or else. Okay, fondant cutters. See, we have this star. The ones on her cake are a little more pointy though. So I'll see which ones I have right back here. There we go. Okay, wait, maybe I do have them back here. We got that one. I love these plunger cutter ones. They are so easy to use, but certain brands of them are better. I did get one like big mega pack one time. I was like, oh, look at all the shapes. They were a mega pack because they were slightly less sturdy than some of the other brands that I had bought. So I would say if you want them to last, don't be scared to invest in them and spend a little extra money on the sturdier ones. Because yeah, some of those other ones that I got were, here we go, just a flimsier plastic, and some of the springs inside popped out like almost immediately. So At that point, if the spring isn't working, you're basically working with just a normal cookie cutter. Like, it's like, well, you're not a plunger cutter anymore. But yeah, and we have our numbers and letters here. So that's good. Forgot to put this away from the other day. From Rossetti's little headlamp light. Let's see, we need one big number. Put it away and immediately forgot which number she wanted. I think it was 4. Yes, we're doing a 4, but it's a 2 on the cake. So we need little 2 is gonna go on a big star. So, wait, I just flipped it again. Little 4 is gonna go on this cake. The picture is a 2, so I was staring right at it and I was like, a 2, yes. No, we need the number 4. Don't get it twisted. And I got all my happy birthday letters handy. So we got number 4 and our birthday letters. H-A. Where's the P? P, Y, B. We got the R, B-I-R. So I just need T and the D. Got an O, but no D. Oh, you know what? It's been a long time since I used these. This set came without the T, and so the reason that this one's in here, what I was doing was I was taking the number 1 and turning it upside down and turning it into a little capital letter T. Just remember that. I didn't ask for a replacement. I'm bad about stuff like that, like returns or replacements. I'm like, I'll just make it work, it's fine. Like, if I kind of never buy clothes online for that reason, unless it's something oversized that I know is gonna fit, because I'm not good at following up, and don't think, no stars in here. I'm not good at following up and like, oh, I should return this or whatever. I tried Stitch Fix literally one time, and I did send some stuff back because they made it really easy. You just, like, it already had the packaging and stuff on it, so if you needed to send it back, it was easy. That's about the only time I've had enough follow through to do that. And it was fine. I liked some of the stuff they sent, but overall it's like pricier than I would, like, I get it, you're paying for the convenience and like for the stylist or whatever, but I'm always looking for a deal. I'm always hunting for in the clearance section and the bargain bin and the thrift store. Ooh, there are a lot of cool vintage stores around here, like in the Hongdae area and even in Insadong. I've been to one cool vintage shop there. When we first got here, I had only packed so many clothes, and our shipment of all the goods from our home hadn't arrived yet, and so I had to go find a coat. And I found a nice, like, long, just black wool coat for a deal. I forget what brand it was, but it was a nice, sturdy brand. And then our stuff got here, and so I had, like, my puffer. I should have packed that initially, because we arrived in December. So, anyway, rambling. I'm gonna go grab, let's see, is this the biggest star that we need? I don't know, but I do need to grab the letter D because we're missing the D. So I'm gonna grab that really quick. And was there anything else I said I was gonna grab? No, I think that's it. Okay, cool, we're good. And we do have to get the cake eventually, but I'm gonna start on some stuff first. Cool, BRB, 2 seconds. Ooh, I can grab my water bottle also. I meant to bring that back there when I got started. Let's see, letter cutters, And I'll grab the one extra size of my star cutters. I think the ones we have are going to be fine. Oh, there's the letters. Yep, I do have the D. Cool. All right, I don't know how he ended up away from all the other birthday letters. The cake, I'm gonna let it sit for a little longer while we get set up, because I want the top edge of the frosting to be nice and chilled, so I can do that scraping off and get the crisp sort of corner, because this cake doesn't have a top border, like no top piping border, so you want your edges to look really nice and clean if you're not gonna have any frosting over there. Yeah, so here's the rest of the letters. Got the D. And yeah, that was it, except for the T, which does not exist in my letter set. Okay. Oh, his name. I gotta look up his name. So we do need these extra letters. M, A, S, and N. Mason. I like the name Mason. I think that's a great name. It's cute, like as a first name. Okay, cool beans. Yep, I guess we're good. Stars. I guess I do need the one slightly larger one. And we got cornstarch on deck. That'll be crucial for cutting out our fondant since we just mixed it. It's gonna be a little sticky since we just mixed the colors in. So cornstarch is crucial, but just like a fine dusting. You don't want to go crazy and dry everything out. And I've got my X-Acto knife in case I need to trim any edges like that don't come out clean. There we go. Okay. All right, I think we're good to start rolling out some fondant, actually. I need my rolling pin. Ta-da! I have a couple different ones, but yeah, I used to just use a big piece of PVC pipe for rolling pins. I inherited one of my grandma's old wooden rolling pins, which is nice because it's one that doesn't have, it's not on an axle. It's just one solid piece of, well, I think the handles are added on, so it's not technically solid. But I don't really like the ones that are on the metal axle because I feel like they don't dry out well enough, so that little metal inside eventually starts like rusting. I don't know if it's like, if I like blow dried it after I washed it every time, that would help, but that's kind of crazy to have to do that. But yeah, like, I don't want rust near my food. And I don't really know how you, like, maybe I should have like disassembled them every time I use them. I don't know, like maybe the handle's screwed off so you could take it apart and dry the inside. I don't know, I didn't look into that, but also that seems a little much for just single use. Okay, go H-A-P-P-Y. Birthday, and the letters are in rainbow order, so we'll start like Roy G. Biv. So that's how we're gonna do. Mason, M-A-S-O-N, number 4 by the stars. T, it's not a T, it's a number 1. Alrighty, and we'll start with red. And we'll cut out some letters and stars. Let's see. What do I need? This paintbrush. So I can sprinkle dropped it in there. Just a tiny bit of cornstarch at a time. Don't want to go crazy. Just a little bit. Okay. Oops, so sorry. I knocked something off the shelf. All right, red is on deck. Okay. There you go. But yeah, the red comes pre-mixed, which is nice because red and black are not fun to have to mix by hand. Also, they're the right texture when they arrive, because if you're mixing the food coloring yourself into your fondant, like I was talking about earlier, it does get really sticky, so you have to, things like that, like you have to mix your red or your black ahead of time and then let it sit for a little bit so the color fully absorbs. Wrapped up, of course, you don't want it to leave it under wrapped, but yeah. All right. This reminds me of those channels that mix like different, sometimes I think it's like vinyl for records or different kinds of plastic they're mixing, and they're putting them into what is essentially like a big double roller thing or like a pasta machine, and they're like, what color is this going to be? And you're rolling it out and then they feed it back through and roll it out and feed it back through while the color mixes. Yeah. And I want these to be nice and thin. I will say that's one, I don't know, I feel like the major tip of having fondant cutouts look nice. You don't want them to be, unless it's part of like an intentional part of the design, you don't want them to be super thick and chunky. Here we go. You want them to have like a low profile. And yeah, there you go, okay. The giant like commercial dough sheeter that we use at this one bakery that I worked at was really nice because it had different settings. So like obviously you start on the thickest setting and gradually roll it thinner, but you could just send something through the dough sheeter and it came out nice and thin and even all the way across. Like you're not gonna have any discrepancies in the width or height, I guess, rather, of your pieces. So that's really nice. Alrighty, there we go. And just lift it periodically, kind of like you do with like pie dough, like lift it periodically to be sure you're not just like sticking it on the surface of your table. There you go. All right, we'll start with red. And the letters, we need the H, I, Y, and N. And then we also need the center star is going to be red as well in the design. So H, I, Y, N. H, I, Y. As in, why couldn't I see it at first? N, and the big star. Which the biggest star that I pulled out, where did it go? Oh, it's right here. I might need a slightly bigger one. We will see about that. So yeah, the ones on here aren't huge, but it's good to have a variety. Here we go. Alrighty. Just a dab of cornstarch over here. Yep, get our letters going. H. I, Y. N. And just brushing off the excess around the edge. And what did I say? Oh, the big star, which I moved over here. My object permanence is not functioning today. I keep losing track of things that are like right in front of me. Big star. We'll do some little stars too. And then we'll go grab the cake and start applying these letters and stars directly to the cake. So, a couple stars to get started. To get started. Hush. None of that. And yeah, run and grab the cake. We'll swipe off the top layer. Hi, you're back. Welcome back, his foundling. We're making a birthday cake for an order that I have to take up to deliver this evening. It's a standard rainbow sprinkle, rainbow letter kind of birthday cake. It's nothing too crazy. Like, we're not making any crazy characters today, but it's fun and colorful. So we're doing fondant cutouts. There's a fondant message on the side. It's got multicolored stars all over, and it has a rainbow sprinkle border at the bottom. So yeah. And the customer, the person who the cake is for, they have some, I think they're pre-made, or like maybe they're toys or something for character toppers, so they didn't need to order any fondant characters from me. Yeah. It's that little... I'll look it up real quick because I keep saying like I forget what this show is called. Panda Elephant Letter Kids Show. Oh, Word World. That's what it is. It's a Word World themed design, and it's gonna look a little like this. So just fun cutout letters, nothing too crazy. So a simple design today for an order. It's for an actual person this time, not just for us. So yeah, cool. It is about 12 p.m. over here. So yeah, I have to have it done by like 4 at the latest, but we've got time. So I'm kind of just chilling. I'm not in like a huge rush or whatever, but I want to get done and box up on stream, and then I'll take the rest of the afternoon to clean up and do some administration for the channel. Gonna make some updates and do all the fun stuff that we gotta do now. Like emotes and alerts and like channel point assignments and stuff like that. So I'm kind of glad that today's cake is a little simpler for that reason, because I can dedicate some of my time today to other things. Plus yesterday's stream went on forever. Which was fun. I wanted it to be a special occasion yesterday. But that being said, it's okay if today's, you know, not a 7-hour stream, you know what I mean? Yeah. So here we come. I'm bringing the cake back out, and we're gonna address this little top lip of the cake and then start putting our decorations on. Here we go. Also, I meant to grab the plastic wrap while I was in there and then forgot. That's okay. We'll just set you aside for right now. Oh, I just got a notification. People are live. Okay. Bring this back over. I am going to quickly grab that plastic wrap because I need to lay something over this red fondant so it doesn't dry out before I can cut my other letters and stars. 2 seconds, y'all. Hee hee, bear with me. Do. And where is the plastic wrap? Where's wrap? Oh, here it is. I had to wrap the cake leftovers from last night. Incoming. And And I found my other stars, so it was a good deal. I had to go back anyway. Yeah, because I have a separate set of star cutters, so we might use the tiniest one from that set, which will actually be the biggest one of all the ones that we pulled out so far. Okay. A little bit of plastic. 2 gold balloons. Plastic. I know that one episode of SpongeBob with the board game. And they try to get the treasure chest. Yeah. All right. And just gonna plop this on top to hold it down. All right. Yeah, so it's about noon over here, just after noon. So got lots of time to finish this one, which is good. Kind of leisurely make our way through the design, but really won't take forever. Pretty straightforward today. Okay, so this top edge, I need to take it down, and also it looks like I kind of missed a gap right here, so we'll fill that in as well so that the top looks nice and level. And there are like some star cutouts on top, but there's not going to be any. Okay, ideally I should have let this chill even longer, perhaps. Yeah, so the top has some star cutouts, and like I actually just noticed it also has like some numbers and letters mixed in with the stars that scatter around the whole design. So we'll cut a couple extra letters and things too. I hadn't noticed that at my first glance of the design beforehand. I thought it was just all stars on the top and like scattered around the sides like polka dots. Okay. And just get these extra chunks off. Yeah, what time is everybody else working with right now? I imagine a lot of people are getting towards the late nighttime in the US. But yeah, Korea, it's middle of the day over here. Snowed last night, so everything looks all bright and sparkly outside. I didn't check to see how cold it's supposed to be today for the rest of the day, but they salted the roads. I imagine some of it's gonna melt. And they're pretty prompt about, I feel like people in their neighborhood are pretty prompt about like clearing like the walkway. They also have like people assigned, I think, to clear some of the major like sidewalks in the parks and things like that. Like I've seen people out with the leaf blower or snow blowers blowing the sidewalks off. It wasn't a ton of snow last night, but it was a decent little blanket. I'd say at least, I don't know, 4 inches maybe it looked like. I haven't gone down and walked. I didn't go for my morning walk today because I got up a little later and then just started prepping stuff. So I'm not entirely sure how deep the snow is out there. But yeah, that would be nice also if I finish early enough. It'd be good to go get a quick little walk in, get a little bit of sunshine for the day. Probably be more of like a speed walk, a hustle, a jog, because it's gonna be cold and I'm not gonna wanna stay put. Gotta like stay warm. I need to run up to the grocery store and get a couple things too, so multitask, get some exercise, and pick up a couple groceries nearby. We ran out of eggs. I did a lot of baking, and then I boiled some eggs, and then I also did some scrambled eggs for breakfast yesterday, so it was fresh out of eggs, and I felt like I had got a decent amount of them. But I made several big batches of vanilla cake because I wanted to have some more layers to work with for our upcoming stream cakes. So I'm gonna swap to a little spatula, actually. Spatula. Here, come here, here. Here, I'll use this one. This one feels a bit unwieldy for this task, so I'll set it aside. Yeah, so on top there's like a gap right here, and there's a little gap right here, so I'm just gonna fill it out so that the cake is nice and level on top. And yeah, would prefer a nice smooth finish up here. So that being said, there are going to be some fondant stars on top, so if it is not absolutely perfect, we are not worried about that. If there's a little dot here or there, because guess what, that's where the star is going to go, or a number 3 or a letter. So no worries on that front. Ooh, scraping. But yeah, here we go. Just a touch of buttercream. And there's a little slight dip in the center, so I'll go ahead and smooth that out as well. There we are. Okay, now back to our plastic scraper. Which one was I using? One of these is a little bit bent and not ideal. I'm just applying gentle pressure to smooth out buttercream that we just added. Oops, not gentle enough apparently. We got a little texture going on. And we had just about enough buttercream to finish this cake. The guesstimation was good. Because I made the batch for yesterday and today, like for the cake that I did last night and this morning, it was the same. So the whole time that I was making the frosting for the piñata cake, the llama cake, I was like, okay, make sure you don't go too crazy. You need enough white buttercream for tomorrow. Okay. And now that it's mostly smooth all over, I'm going to swap to the metal scraper for hopefully one last just smooth go around. Here we are. Add an angle. And just trying to get it as smooth as possible. It's not going to be perfect this time. I can already tell because of the temperature difference in the frosting. Oops. I'm getting Twitch notifications while I'm on Twitch. That's funny. Let's see, that looks pretty smooth to me. Not gonna lie, there is like a little bit of texture here and there, but guess what? Not a problem. That is where our lovely little decorations and sprinkles are gonna go. So no sweat on that front. Here we go. And there is just a little tiny dab there. All right, now let's see, letters. Let's pick the front of the cake. Usually when you're going around, you try to go around in one smooth motion so that you have one seam. The seam is on this side, so I'd like to make the front of the cake on this side. So yeah. Going to go dampen this cloth really quickly. Oops, here we go. Just to get the last bit of that frosting off of the table. Okay, and we're back. Decoration time. And get this nice and tidy. And let's move on to decorating. The best bit. Wow, that cake looks sharp. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted the edges to look really nice and crisp. Yup. Okay. We got letters. So I think I spun it around again. Okay, here's the back. So I'll put that here, and I'll see if I can do like kind of on this side so I can see stuff as it's going a bit, but I also need to be sure it's facing me enough that I don't make this one crooked. I was gonna say, when I'm just making cakes for stream, I'm like, it's okay if something comes out a little crooked. I'd rather get y'all to see what is going on, but if it's for a customer, I'm like, okay. Finished product comes first. Yeah, we'll do, this will be the front. And we have 3 lines of text, so, well, kind of 4. So happy birthday, the number, and then Mason at the bottom is the name. Here we go. Scooting up a little bit. And there's just a slight arch to the letters, so that's cool. We'll do that. I'm gonna start up pretty high because I need to make sure I have enough room for all the letters. Okay, there we go. Here's my fondant smoother. I had it here. Oh, I put it in the kitchen to wash it and then didn't bring it back once it was clean. I had it last night. And there we go. So, off to a great start. Happy birthday. H-A P-P-Y and then birthday, so the I. This might be weird doing them one color at a time, now that I think about it, because I should probably roll out each color so that I know that I have the spacing correct, so. Yeah, well, at least do the first 3. No, it's okay. We're gonna go ahead and do the I. And red as well underneath. So just off to the right here. Make sure it's straight. See if this one's arched. Okay. Birthday. Happy. All right, so we're gonna roll out some orange so that I can be sure I get the spacing of the letters correct as we move along, instead of trying to blindly place all the red letters and then all the orange letters. Oh, it's right here. Plastic wrap on deck, just in case. All right, get our colors back out. We need orange, and yellow. And green. Okay. Make a little more room for myself. Okay. Oops. And we'll keep the red rolled out up top because we're going to need to cut more stars once we get done with the lettering. So just hold on for a little bit, red fondant. Oh, I stuck it back in the box. I was like, where's my little dust paintbrush? It was hiding inside the cornstarch box. This box has almost had it, but luckily I have the backup for later. Oops. Okay. Each A. And also we need the A, the R, and the first letter of his name, which is M. A, R, M, arm. There's the M. Okay. That's, yeah, A, R, M. Okay. Make it just slightly thinner. There we go. I don't know why I'm whispering. Yeah, but I figured Monday, my time, Monday morning, Sunday evening for US time streams, probably be a little more chill. We'll try to be a little more hype on the weekend streams that I do for Saturday nights, Sunday morning my time. A, R, and M. Okay. H, A, C. AJ, oh, that's battery swap. I forgot. Did it again, y'all. Here we go, here we go. Sorry. I said that like forever ago. I was like, oh, and then we'll check the battery again once I come back in the room. And she forgot. Oh my gosh. Hello, y'all still here? Sorry. We're back. I think we're still live. Yep, time is still running. My bad, y'all. I forgot to do the battery again. Well, not again. I haven't missed it quite that bad in a while. But I'm gonna switch the, that was it. I was waiting to take my gloves off so that I could switch the display around. H-A. Oops. Gently, we're back. Okay. How embarrassing. Just kidding, it's not that big a deal, I guess. Set this guy up top. And we need a yellow pea. Audio input still live. Okay, good. I also meant to check on the music again just to be sure. I think the playlist I'm using isn't like fully equalized, so I feel some of the songs are a bit louder than others. So if you're in chat and you ever feel like one song is playing way too loud, feel free to let me know and I can go adjust things a little bit. Plastic wrap on deck. Nearby. Okay. Yep. Don't fall. Okay. Pea. Pea, pea, pea. Peepa, pea. Where's the pea? Pea. There she is. Okay. H-A-P-P-Y. Here we go. Oops. Tap, tap. P. Line her up. And smooth it out. Gently. Don't poke any other area of your cake. And then tilt the orange one a little bit more so the arch is more apparent. And just nudging them into place. Yeah, so really simple design today, but I feel like execution is everything. You don't want it to look sloppy. Oh yeah, the R we can go ahead and place for the second line. Happer. And just tilting them slightly ever so slightly. And we need some green. I guess we could go ahead and get the T and the A for the next letters. A. Clean edges. Looks good. And T. We have to improvise our T like I mentioned earlier, because when I ordered this set online, it arrived without a T. So what I do, it's the number 1, but I flip it upside down and just kind of bend the other one. It's the solution I have for right now. Okay, yellow. And just set that right there so she doesn't get crusty. All right, we need to, this green is fresh out of the tub. Yep. And a little extra cornstarch for good measure. Don't go crazy. But yeah, anybody got big plans this week? Anything crazy happening at work? I'm starting some art classes this week, like drawing and tattoo design. That should be interesting. 2 of the days are in the evening. The 1 day is in the morning, I believe, as far as I could understand from the schedule. But I go in for the first day tomorrow. I have to go in like a few hours early just to get set up and stuff. I think fill out some paperwork or something. Okay. And P. We need the P back again. P. Here we go. Looks good. And this one I'm gonna place slightly lower because there is just a little bit of an arch to the letters. So it's just very slightly tilted inward. P and the H. Oh, I didn't do the T. I did it, but I never placed it. Come back, where'd you go? Oh boy. T. I'm gonna actually fix the R. Now that I have the T in place, I can see that the R needs to like tilt just a little bit more than it is currently. So we'll rearrange that slightly. Just kind of nudging it into place with this. Okay, there we go. T. H. And stars, applying all the stars will probably go a little faster because I won't be like lining them up just so, you know. This will probably be the most time-consuming part of the process, honestly. Earth. And we need the S from Mason. There we go. Yep. Blue. We're ready for blue already. Can I squeeze this one in up top? That's the question. Oh, we lost somebody. Gotta investigate. Better slide these over. Okay, that's good enough for now. What do we lose? Oh, the pencil sharpener. Yeah, the pencil sharpener down here. Okay, H, D. Need the blue. And we'll go ahead and get the purple out. Blurple. All right. This one's very soft because we added a lot of food coloring to this one. It's very soft and very stretchy. Maybe just a touch of cornstarch. But yeah, what else is news for the channel? Oh, so channel points. I want to, do some of the classics. Posture check and hydration, I feel like is a good one for me because I always get like this set eventually. Cake SMR. What else? It was getting late last night when we were throwing back and forth some ideas for channel point things, so I'm trying to remember. I wrote them all down in Procreate, but I need to go back and look what all of them are. I'm gonna get the Discord started this week, hopefully. That's the plan anyway. And I think it'd be cool to take some suggestions also from the community and see what people think. Okay, are you ready, kids? Apparently I got SpongeBob on the brain today. Don't know what that's about. Happy Earth. Happy Earth. We need the Y. Why? Where are you? Oh, we got the red ones stuck in there from earlier. Okay. Happy. I really just love multicolor stuff. So like, even though this is a basic design, I'm still like, it's so cute. Especially like at a store or something when they have something in every color lined up for sale. Like, no, do I need 6 different color bath towels or whatever, but do I want them because they're lined up in rainbow order? Yes, I do. Also for Christmas, I have a lot of siblings, so we started doing Secret Santa instead, which is nice because then we each just pick one person to buy a gift for each year instead of everybody buying everybody a gift. It gets a little excessive, and it's a little less personal if you're, just buying a gift for the sake of buying a gift. So I feel like this is a little more intentionality behind it. So each of us just buys one sibling a present. There's 7 of us, and then the significant others also. And so I had I like crafting supplies, and I got some polymer clay for Christmas, and it's like a multicolor set, so there's just like a little bit of every color in the set. And so of course, first thing I did when I opened it up was I arranged it in like a rainbow gradient. Yeah, so that was fun. And I made, so far I haven't made a whole lot of stuff. I made a charm for my friend Celeste from Animal Crossing is what it was. I say a charm because it was on like a little keychain ring, but I feel like it wasn't sturdy enough to be like, yeah, just throw this on your keys or bag and this will last forever. I imagine it'll, you know, it's not designed for rough environments. It's not, she's not ready to be like tossed around, you know? So did that. And also I have this ongoing project that I've been working on, but just haven't finished. I made one of my very, very, very best friend's wedding cakes a couple years ago. And I hate to say that was a couple years ago because her cake design was very specific. It was really cute. It had like, it wasn't just like a classic white wedding cake. She wanted like scenes and images from their relationship around like just significant stuff. So like there was a significant camping trip in their relationship. So there was a camping tent on the side, and she wanted them each represented by like a tree on the top of the cake. So one of them was a sequoia, and one of them was a baobab tree. No, a different tree. I can't remember the name of the other tree right now. I remember what it looks like, but I can't remember the name. Anyway, so it's like a very personalized cake. They also wanted their 2 pet dogs on the cake. And so I made them out of modeling chocolate. That being said, modeling chocolate doesn't last forever. If you let fondant dry, it can last a long time as long as it doesn't get wet or humid. It'll just harden into a rock basically, and it won't be affected by temperature like modeling chocolate will. So I made her doggies out of modeling chocolate, and then one of her wedding guests was like, oh, can I eat, her dog's name is Stumpy. He said, can I eat Stumpy's butt? And so they cut off his butt and ate it, and she was like, oh, I wanted to save him. But I was like, you know what, I'll make replacement keepsake toppers out of polymer clay. And so I've been meaning to do that literally forever, and I started it once, but couldn't get his face right. And then anyway, so I did make a little Stumpy, and he's really cute. Also, don't tell her. It's supposed to be a surprise. I'm gonna mail it to her and then be like, look, I didn't forget. I know it's been like a couple of years now, but I swear I didn't forget. Yes. So I need to do that out of polymer clay too. There's just so many things to do every day. Everybody's so creative. And yeah, so he's sitting on the kitchen table. I need to finish him desperately. And yeah, Stumpy's a little hound, and then his sibling Twiggy is some kind of like mix with maybe like a little terrier. She's really cute. Oh, also, highlight of the week, or like big news of the week. One of them, I guess in protest to being, you know, inside so much, not getting to go on as long walks because they had that winter storm in the Northeast as well. So like, you know, buckets of snow coming down. The dogs did not get to play outside as long as they wanted. And in protest, one of the dogs snuck into the closet and destroyed a pair of shoes. Automatic assumption was the more mischievous of the two, Stumpy. But justice for Stumpy, it turns out, I don't know how, I should have asked actually how she figured this out, but it turns out it was Twiggy. Twiggy tried to frame Stumpy. Stumpy is generally the more mischievous of the 2 pups. But somehow she determined that it was Twiggy, not Stumpy. So Stumpy was able to clear his name, luckily. So that's all good, but RIP those dress shoes. They were her partner's just nice leather or pleather dress shoes. I don't know if they were legit leather or... Y'all, what? How did I manage that? I put an R instead of a D. Oh my god, I get distracted. That's how it happened. Y'all, I'm not used to like chit-chatting so much while I'm decorating, I guess is the thing. I actually put R. Nobody told me that I put birth. What's wrong with me? Literally, why did I do that? Oh god. And it's been sitting here for like 20 minutes while I blah 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 dogs, blah 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 blah. Can't spell. Try that again. Birthday. I'm literally trying to think how I got mixed up and put an R there instead, but nothing really makes sense. Like, I don't really even have a reason to justify that. Except for just not paying attention, I guess. Sorry. All better. Nobody needs to know. I can't spell. Don't tell anybody. A. We need the A for the day. So the A is gonna be purple, not the D, because, yeah. Silly. That's some silly goose action right there. D-A-Y, right? B-I, yeah, D-A-Y. And we need the B for birth, because I never did that. Because I waited to do the purple last, even though it was the first letter of the second word. That's okay. Really locked in, focusing here, trying to be sure that I line it up nicely. There we go. A, and then Y. Stay. Cut out the Y ahead of time. So we're just going to put it right here. Oops. Almost dropped it, y'all. But yeah, okay. We're almost there. Sorry. Yeah, I had a feeling that today would be a little more relaxed. Not as crazy or exciting as a 2-foot-tall llama. But this is part of the game. Yeah. Oh boy, almost lunchtime here. I've been skipping lunch a couple times because stream goes long, but I think today I'll actually make it off in time to eat some lunch instead of just skipping right on to dinner. Yeah, so that'll be good. I don't know what I'm gonna have though. Maybe some soup. I got a couple cans of soup I've been looking forward to. I had the bean and vegetable the other night, black bean vegetable, so I might do the lentil today. And I had tomato soup the other day. I should make more homemade soups, I think. But a nice can of soup is always a good, easy option for a quick lunch, which I'm all about. Yeah, some days you're just like, okay, what's quick and delicious, and I don't have to put any extra thought into this. And then other days I'm like, let me take some time and prepare a really intentional, delicious meal. Okay. Happy birthday. Now the star for the center is gonna be red where I cut it, so placing it should be easy. Just try to get it centered though. Okay, got it. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Okay, stop being weird. Oh, we lost somebody. Okay, and then the name goes at the bottom. Try to center that up as well. M. I need an orange M. Good deal. Oh, I need to sneeze all of a sudden. That's not good. M. A yellow A, which we cut nearby. Oops, oops. And then S will be green. Did I already cut that one? Yes, I did. There we go. I'm gonna scoot that A over just slightly, because the S needs to be centered underneath the star. There we go, that's better. S. Then O will be blue. I haven't used the O yet today. There you go. Oops. Okay. O. Oops. O. M-A-S-O. N purple. Purple. Yeah. Yeah, after we get this done. Oh, I did a red in. Whoops. My bad. It's supposed to be purple. Sorry, dude. Did y'all ever watch Between the Lions on PBS? Also, like, how much into PBS are you guys? I used to love PBS. Every show on there was a hit. Back in my day, my era of PBS, Dragon Tales. Come on, man. Dragon Tales. Between the Lions, Sesame Street, obviously. There you go. Happy birthday, Mason. Yay. Fun times. Okay, so that was the most time consuming just because I was like, let me line this up so it doesn't look terrible. Now we get to do all the stars and letters all over the outside. So now I can be a little more, you know, like I can put them over here where you can see them because I'm not going to be looking at it from a weird angle. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. And since there's letters and numbers all over, this N that I cut out will not go to waste. There she goes. And let's cut out some stars and things. I got one star here. Oops. There we go. This little crumb over here. Get off. Pew. Okay, let's cut out some different size purple stars. And just move through all the different colors and make this cake look nice and festive. Okay. Star. Another red star. That one on the side since we already have one on top. So we're just using the plunger cutter and applying it directly. It's really handy. You don't have to cut it out and then pick it up and put it on. You just stick it on there. It's really nice. That's why I love these plunger cutters. Very versatile. Very useful, I guess I should say. It's like they really get the job done. Also, look, see, I was talking about there's like, oh, there's a stray mark here and there. Guess what? We're gonna put this right over the top of it. So easy peasy. No one needs to know out this little blemish on our otherwise beautiful cake. There we go. Tight. Love it. We'll also do some big ones. Whoops. I'm gonna try to do just a general even mix of all the miscellaneous colors. Or all the miscellaneous letters and stars, I guess I should say. So, big purple star up top. Why not? Plop. Nice. Here you go. Hi, welcome in to our YouTube viewers. Howdy, howdy. We're making a birthday cake today for an order. It's just like rainbow stars and letter cutouts all over the cake. And then we got a nice message on the front with a rainbow sprinkle border. So that's cute. Where am I from? Originally, I'm from the US, but I'm living in South Korea right now. So yeah, I'm from the US though. But yeah, welcome in. It's just a cake decorating channel. I've got a bunch of edited videos on the YouTube channel, but I also stream on Twitch and YouTube, obviously. Yeah, so welcome in. And I think in the description, I also have like the Instagram and TikTok and stuff on there if you want to see other cakes that I've made in the past, because there are some more fun, ambitious ones. Today's cake is just a nice, cheerful birthday cake. Nothing too crazy, but still. And we'll do a couple letters in purple before we move on to the other colors. So maybe one over here, since that one's right there. All right, there we go. Perfect. And numbers, I should grab my number cutters. Hey there. Because, yeah, it looks like on theirs, there's numbers and letters, even though the show that the cake is going to be themed after, it's called Word World. So I'm making the cake design, but the woman who ordered the cake from me, she has some little character talkers that she's going to place on the cake herself. So simple design in that way. Some numbers and letters. It is funfetti. Oh, you're from Argentina? Cool. Yeah, it's funfetti on the inside and then sprinkles on the outside. So it should be pretty exciting when they cut into it as well. How many people is this cake for? It's actually just a 8-inch diameter cake. It looks really big on camera though, because I'm sitting so far back from behind it. I've noticed that with some of the other videos I've done too, that the perspective just makes the cake look giant. But if I kind of hold it closer to me, you can kind of get a better sense of what size it is, you see? Yeah, because it's not crazy giant, but then it comes up here and it's like the effect that they use in the Lord of the Rings movies to make the Hobbit actors look tiny versus, you know, the human size actors. But yeah, it's an 8-inch 3-layer, so it should serve anywhere from like 16 to 22 people, kind of depending on how you slice it. Because like for birthday parties, some people do like, you know, just big large triangle slices, but also if it's like an event or something, usually people will cut it like a grid and it'll be like a smaller kind of size. So anywhere from like 16 to honestly like 22 or 24, depending how you slice it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a normal vanilla cake, but it has sprinkles inside of the vanilla batter, so it's like a confetti cake. So when you open it up, there's gonna be little speckles of color inside of the cake. But yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's for a customer for later this evening. They're picking it up. So sometimes on stream, I like to, you know, if it's just a cake that I'm making for fun, like a design that I picked out and it's not for a customer, I like to cut them open on stream so you can see them inside. But obviously, since somebody ordered this, we're not gonna cut it into it today. But I mean, stay tuned for next time when we actually do get to cut into the cake. So like last night, we cut open the Fortnite llama cake and that was really fun. Very silly. but it was a cool design to do. Just gonna flatten this out. There we go. And grab my tweezers. There's a little bit of purple fondant on the cutter, so I don't want that to be on this little orange star. So get that off there. There we go. All right. And how about a couple more numbers, and we'll keep on keeping on. Oh yeah. Yes, lots of colors and in and out, exactly. It'll be festive. I feel like, you know, birthday cakes for kids should be colorful and exciting. How about right here? And then we'll move on to the other colors because I don't want to use up all the space on just the purple letters and numbers. So how about we go for blue, since that's right in front of me also. Get these crumbs out of the way, little fondant crumbs. And I'm gonna slide my purple fondant back under the plastic wrap, just in case I wanna cut some more stars from it later. I don't want it to dry out super crazy. Okay, there you go. Blue stars. Do one big one on the side. Like so. Let's see then, how about right here? There we go. And just tap down those edges so that it's lying flat. Cool, little blue star. And some more letters and numbers for the top. How about right here? Yeah, the blue's still really soft. Okay. Yeah, I did make you will subscribe. Oh, thanks so much. I'd appreciate it. That'd be super cool of you to subscribe on YouTube. Thanks so much. Yeah, so I did another Word World themed cake back in the day, but I got to actually make some of the characters, so that was really fun. I made the panda bear went on top, and then I think I also did one with edible images one time for Word World. It's like a kids show, and I think it teaches you how to spell and teaches you your alphabet. And edible images are cool. If you don't know what they are that thin, like sugar paper that you can, with a proper printer and ink, you can print like a photo or an image directly onto it. Then you cut it out and you can put it on a cake and you can actually eat it. That's really neat. It's a great decorating tool for somebody, like, especially if you want characters on your cake, but you don't have the budget for more expensive, like handmade characters. That's a good choice for character cakes in that way. Like you see them a lot. Like on round cakes, you can just cut like a big scene, plop it on top, and then pipe a pretty border around it. So yeah. Yo, hey Lemmy Wimmy. And hey Sunshine, welcome in. Making a fun little rainbow birthday cake today for a customer. So cool beans. We got an actual order this week. It's been a little slow. Yeah. And then Friday I have to make one. I have to make a Valentine's Day cake. I mentioned earlier that we had one order so far, but I need to go back. I didn't check this morning to see if I got any more Valentine's Day orders. So before we sign off, we could check together and see if we have any more Valentine's Day cakes. Or wait, sorry, I misspoke. That's the following week. I forgot. So yeah, we won't be making those till next week. Like next Friday, not this upcoming Friday. Oops, I misspoke about that last night. Because I was talking about what we're going to do upcoming on the stream last night before signing off. And in my head, this upcoming Friday was the 13th, but that's the next week, so I'm getting ahead of myself, I guess. Okay, we got blues and purples. We'll do one more blue and then we'll move on to the other colors. How about an A? Oops. There we go. But yeah, what's up everybody? How's everybody's night going? Hopefully people are winding down. Getting ready for the start of a new week. Okay. Blue off to the side. We'll grab green next. Come here. This green is really nice and vibrant, which is great. Because you could just, you know, change it to pastel if you need to, but it's good to start out with a nice bold color, especially when it's a pre-mixed color. Here, this is extra, that can go away now. Okay, yeah, so it really finishes out a design nicely if you cover your board in fondant too. That is going to be obviously like for, you know, more intricate cakes. It just gives your overall cake a really nice polished look. For something like this, where it's like a little more generic and it's just a buttercream cake, you know, I just have like a nice looking scallop board and that's fine. But one way to really upgrade if you're doing like a sculpted cake or a figure or something like that, if you get a cake drum, they're the thicker cake boards. This one's just thin like a piece of cardboard. They're thicker like this, and one way to like make your cakes look really nice for photos is after you finish the cake, cover the board in fondant and then put a ribbon around the edge of the board. It looks really nice. You'll see people do that all the time, like especially for weddings, like when it's all about photos and appearances. It's a great finishing touch that really can set the look apart. Granted, it's like an extra step and it's extra fondant and ingredients, but you know, you factor that in to your, yeah, you factor that into the whole process, so it's whatever. Okay, let's do some more stars. I'm gonna add at least one of the big ones of every color somewhere so that it's balanced out. Go. Okay. There we are. Alrighty. Okay. Blue. Do a little star of green now. And we gotta do some teeny tiny stars too. Got like this one and this one's like really tiny. I can't forget to do those also. Okay, put the green up here on top. Nice. Cool beans. Let's do some little baby stars all over. I got some star sprinkles also recently. I was excited about those. And the fact that they were all like in one piece. Sometimes you get like those sprinkles that are supposed to be shapes and you're like, ugh, half of these are busted up. It's not even worth it. But there we go. Oops. onto the cake. I need to get my fondant smoother. That would be a little bit wiser choice. Okay, maybe another teeny tiny one somewhere. How about right here? Oh, we still have to add the number too. Can't forget that. That would be crucial. We will add just a dab of food glue onto the red star so that we can attach the, I think, purple number. I think it's purple in the photo that they sent me. So, yeah. Okay. Green. Do a couple green letters or numbers somewhere. Okay, let's pick a number we haven't used yet. How about 2? Oops. There we go. And carry on. Put this one down low, just so the heights are all staggered a little bit. Ta-da! All right. Let's do another green star on top, I guess. Yeah, taking it easy today. Not in a super big hurry. Got several hours to finish this one. Oh, rats. We'll get that later. We'll do a tiny one. Not really sure how I managed that. Just totally lost my grip. Okay. How about over here? Right there. There we go. Nice. Smoosh. Smoosh down the edges. Okay. Let's do some orange and yellow and reds. We'll do some warm colors and see where we're at. But yeah, this cake's almost complete, and then we'll box it up and it'll be ready to go for later. And then I can do some cleanup projects in here. Reorganize some stuff. Get reset for the next stream. Okay. Orange. Oh, I still feel like I need to sneeze. I was just thinking it might be fun to bake on stream right before you saw the stream. No way! What are the odds? Yeah, you should totally do it. It's been fun. I haven't done any baking on stream. I've just been doing decorating. So the baking's usually done by the time I get on stream. Could do a baking stream eventually, but yeah. It's kind of fun to bring people along for the process. Today's process is pretty simple. Lately I've been doing more involved designs, but today's cake order is just a really nice birthday design for little Mason. So yeah. And let's see, I'll put this one right in the middle. There we go. Get Oh, I still need to do the big orange star. I said I wanted to do at least one big star of each color. Roy G. Biv. Do any of y'all have a favorite signature classic Crayola crayon color? Even if it's just the name. I feel like some of the names are silly. Like Laser Lemon. Razzmatazz. Pretty sure that was like a raspberry color. Here we are. Nice. I've actually never watched an episode of this show, Word World. I like some kids shows I've seen vicariously, like through my niece or just in passing, you know, you encounter them, but I haven't ever sat down and watched an episode of this one. It must be pretty popular though, because I've had several different cake orders with it. Oh, maybe I don't want to do two of the same letter. How about R? Sounds good. Brick red. Oh, brick red's a good one. Jungle green, seafoam, dandelion. I know there's like an Instagram or maybe also a TikTok account that's dedicated totally towards this person's love of the dandelion colored Crayola crayon. They have like a bunch of memorabilia and keepsakes. Let's see, yellow. How about one right up front and center? Okay. Nice, nice. There was an asparagus color? I don't even remember that one. Radical red, sky blue, shamrock. I'm pretty sure there was a red violet, but there was also a violet red. Like, don't get it twisted. Robin's egg. Ooh, that was a good one. Hi Mario, welcome in. We're multi-streaming today on YouTube and Twitch, so if you're also a Twitch person and nobody's in the YouTube chat, feel free to hop over to the Twitch in the description. I feel like the YouTube viewers are a little more spaced out typically. Okay, there we go. Another yellow one. Burnt sienna, that's another good one. Another good Crayola color. Not even burnt sienna. There's this really cute song called Crayola Doesn't Make a Color for Your Eyes. It's very cute. It's worth a listen. And then also there's that, I think it was a Lemon Demon song, the Ode to Crayola, where it's this guy just talking about how much he loves all the different Crayola colors. That one's also a bop. Plop. Razzmatazz, Purple Pizzazz, that's another good one. Razzle Dazzle Rose. Oops. No, we're okay. Nobody saw it. Yeah. Can't go wrong with a nice fresh box of Crayola. Also that smell, just like a new box of crayons smells so good. Is that just me? That's also like people who are like, the smell of gasoline is delicious. And I'm like, I like get it, but calm down. I don't think, you know, you like what you like. You can't really help it sometimes. There is just a little tiny dangly piece on this green star. I'm gonna trim it off because it's bothering me every time I see it go around. Coming together nicely. How about another number we haven't used? And then after that, I think I'm gonna stick just to the letters because it is called Word World after all. How about number 6 up here? There we go. Cute. I guess it never occurred to me. Okay, so I was talking about how I found these cute teeny tiny letter sprinkles. I think I have them. this is not for this cake, but I found these really cute itsy bitsy letter sprinkles. I hadn't seen those before. I was talking about how it would be fun to do a stream where we played like Wheel of Fortune essentially, or Hangman, whatever you want to call it, on the stream. But I literally have all these like letter cutters. I could have just done it with that, but for some reason those sprinkles were the things that inspired me to be like, oh yeah, I could use letters on a cake for like a fun game to play with chat. Yeah. A box of colored pencils are definitely a beautiful smell too. Oh yeah, 100%, 10 out of 10 would agree. Delicious smell. I don't know why I keep saying delicious. I just like, very comforting, like a cozy smell. Yeah, not delicious necessarily. Like, calm down. Okay, let's see. We added a lot of yellow. Time for orange and red's turn, I think. Cover yellow back up so it doesn't dry out in case we want to come back for more to even the thing out. What time was it? Oh, we're doing good on time. It is only 1:30 p.m. here, so we're golden. Okay, let's start with the big one. I know technically there's already one big red star on the front of the cake, but I'm gonna add another one. Just here. Or how about on the back? No, up here. That's what we're doing. Send it. It's really funny the things I decide to be indecisive about. There you go. There's just like a tiny speck of yellow from the last star stuck on the cutter. The only thing I don't like about these ones is, like, you can see maybe right here on this one. I don't think you can see. Well, that's okay. But on the center, it has like the marks, and it's fine. I guess I could flip them over, but sometimes I just want it to be like a flat surface, not have the little asterisk kind of marks inside of it. All the ones that are these shape have that. Obviously, this one doesn't because it's not a plunger cutter, but it's whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, orange. Shooby-dooby-doo-bop. Yeah, I guess we're close to being finished with this one, honestly. I'm just kind of gradually covering most of the surface. I just want it to look, you know, as scattered with fun things as the picture does, so I'm doing good. We'll just add a few more things here and there to even it up. Also, the 8 that I cut out earlier, it didn't cut out super smooth, so I'm gonna take that one off. The little letters like that have a hole in the middle, you have to be like really particular about getting those to kind of come out cleanly. Like the 8 and the O and the letter A and P and any ones that have. I wonder if there's like a grammatical term for that. Because like the dot of an I has like its own specific term that describes it. I forget what it is, of course, now that I've brought it up, but I wonder if other parts of the anatomy of letters and numbers have specific titles as such. Okay, let's see if this 8 looks any better, or if I did all that for nothing. Okay, actually it's a lot better. Cool. Worth it. It was just like it didn't cut super cleanly around the center, so it was kind of looking, I don't know, kind of whatever. Alrighty, I'm gonna go grab, so I just brought my happy birthday letters back here. I'm gonna go grab the other letters, or did I bring them? Oh, I did bring them. Yes, okay. Then grab some of these so that some of the letters around the sides of the cake are other letters besides just HAPPYBIRTHDAY. Also, I totally spelled something wrong earlier and none of y'all told me. I'm just kidding, I'm pretty sure that everybody had left at that point and then came back. yeah, I think or maybe they're just lurkers, and you know, it's not their responsibility to make sure that I know how to spell birthday. Silly. I just got so excited about chit-chatting, and then I put an R instead of a D. That's what I did. How about a J in the color red? But yeah. Also, I have the perfect size box for this, so that would be good. That is one thing with taller cakes. If you make 3-layer cakes and 4-layer cakes, and etc., you gotta have tall boxes for them. A lot of standard boxes are generally like 4 inches tall, so you need a 5 or 6. 6 is better, like minimum 6 inch cake. Of course, you can also, what I have to do a lot of times is, you know, the box will come up to here and I'll just have to leave the lid propped up and then I'll plastic wrap it. We're gonna have to do that today, I think, because the 6-inch boxes, sorry, rather the 10-inch like diameter boxes that I have, are like, sorry, my brain just like stalled out for a second. They're not tall enough, I think. It's gonna be close for this one, I think. I think they're 5 inches tall, and this cake is probably 6 inch. I don't know. We might be good. We'll see. That'll be a fun reveal. There we go. Ooh, I just had a weird twinge go through this elbow. Ooh, didn't like that at all. Chill out, bod. Yeah, I think we need a couple more green letters and yeah, a few more blue letters too. I feel like we're a little light on the blue colors in some areas. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, people. It's been fun so far. Just a really relaxed stream today. If you want a little more excitement and chaos, check out the stream yesterday, particularly the end, the big reveal, where I chopped into the Fortnite llama. Okay, so also one of the other silly ideas that we had last night, me and my husband, my partner, we were talking about finding different things to cut cakes with when I am able to cut cakes on stream. Here, let's add something right here. How about a red letter? Yeah, so finding other things to cut the cake with. And I was like, well, this will just encourage me to finally buy a replica of the Master Sword, which I've always wanted to buy, but I was like, I don't need that. But I'm going to trick myself into saying, well, if it serves a purpose, then of course I need it. What are you talking about? So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. So I think that will be a fun way, you know, to wind down the night. Okay, like we'll run a poll and be like, okay, what are we cutting the cake with tonight, chat? We're gonna do, you know, the Master Sword, or we're gonna do Sting from the Lord of the Rings. It'll be fun, and we could like display them back here. Yeah, it'll be great. It'd be very silly, and then I'll finally get a Master Sword. Cause it's so cool. How about a lovely letter X, you know? And then maybe that's enough letters, and we'll swap back to some stars to finish this design out, just here or there. Okay, actually the X will pop on top. Yo. And then say about here, I want to put like another green something. I'm just going off vibes now. The most boring part was me just trying to line up the letters in the front of the cake, but now it's just vibes. Z. Yo. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, there's a little nubbin on the end. Yo. You want a nice clean cut. You don't want any scraggly bits. Okay. Yeah, let's do a couple big stars here and there and finish it off. Like, I think we could put one more big star right here. Maybe red or yellow. Let's do yellow, or maybe like a middle-sized star. Oops, sorry. How big do these ones go? I have like another, I have a lot of cutters. You need a lot of cutters when you're making custom cakes. People want things in all different sizes. I found these little multi-cutter tools. They were advertised for vegetables, like for making kids like lunchbox, bento style lunchboxes, but I grabbed them for fondant. I haven't actually tried this one yet. I got it more recently, so. And then I have my set of big stars, but the smallest one of those is still kind of big. Oh, we cannot forget to put the number on the front. Let me do that before I forget. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I already checked this like 3 times since we've been talking about this cake, but I'm gonna triple, double, quadruple check what letter she wants on the front. She wants a number 4. Okay. Don't wanna, that would be, you know, crucial. You can't mess up that part of the cake. Okay, so the 4 is going on the star on the front of the cake, and in the image there's this purple. So we'll make it as similar as possible. And we need food glue, which I have right here. So I get somewhere in the slowly more and more chaotic setup that I have. Oh, is our battery still good? Yes, our battery's still good. We are gonna upgrade soon to have, I think it's an HDMI cable. I need another cord to connect the power source of the camera directly to be plugged in somewhere. Sorry, I just couldn't remember which cord it was. And then that way we won't have to do battery swaps on this camera anymore. And then eventually I also would like to do, I've seen some other crafters, they'll have like a top-down tabletop view camera, and then they'll have like their face camera up in the corner like you would if you're a gaming channel. So that'd be nice for certain designs where, like, if I'm doing something like flat on top of the cake, we could have maybe an overhead view. I don't have anything to mount the second camera with yet, but we will figure that out. So I don't know, just fun. A chainsaw, yes, sorry, I just saw that. Get a legit chainsaw. Get like a figurine of Chainsaw Man and like cut it with his head. Water break. Y'all take a water break too if you're watching, although some of y'all might already be tucked away in bed by now, depending on where you're at. It's getting late some places. Okay. Oh, I missed one M&M. There's another M&M. I swept up in here, but between the chair and the desk, there's a mini M&M that I missed from last night when we cut open the piñata cake. Sad. I'll have to sweep again after today anyway. So, no biggie, no biggie. What it do, hooty hoo? Welcome back, Nans. My days, I fell asleep the other day. I wondered about that, if that would happen. Like, me and my husband were talking about, like, oh, somebody stayed with you the whole entire stream to the end. I'm like, I bet it was somebody like who fell asleep and just left it running, you know? Because I do that a lot of times too. So, funny. Welcome back. We're making a birthday cake for an order today, so no cutting reveal at the end of this stream, but this is what we've got going on. It's based off of how you do big nuts. Get them consistent views. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get them watch hours looking, you know, tidy, looking girthy. There's a kids show called Word World, and this is themed after that cake. The woman who ordered it has her own little cake topper, so we're just doing this number, and it's got the message on the front. And oh, I was putting the number on and then I got distracted talking about things and stuff. Okay, we got food glue. I need a teeny paintbrush. Okay, paintbrush, tiny paintbrush. not the tiniest paintbrush, but we reserve that for painting and stuff. Yeah. Shoop. There is a little bit of little scrap. But yeah. Wayne's World. Yeah. Hang on, I missed a message. 1 second. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine when people have their own cake topper. Sometimes people want to put toys on top, and then their kid gets to keep the toys off afterwards, which I get. And it's more budget friendly. Like if you're gonna buy them the toy anyway, you don't have to pay the extra money for like a custom topper. But I mean, I do like making little goofy animals and stuff, and that's what these guys are. Hang on, I'll show you the little screenshot. It's like a panda, a cheetah, a joey, like a baby kangaroo, I think, and an elephant. So they would have been cute to make. I made the panda for a past order before, and I think it was 3D. But yeah, cute. Yeah, what if the kid eats the toy? I kid. Yeah, that's on them. That's, you know, not my responsibility anymore. Once the cake is in their hands, I'm out. I have no liability if you let your kid eat toys. Yeah, it's cute. While I have the phone in hand, let me pull up, hang on, I just want to find the one that I did before since we're talking about toppers. Oh, that was over a year ago now. Hang on. Hold on. Bear with me. But yeah, it turned out really cute. But if I remember correctly, I think I took a picture of it after I had boxed it up. So it's not like a super great photo. I just took a picture like, oh, I forgot to take a picture. Take a picture real quick. Here we go. Through the time machine. Yeah, but it turned out cute. And if I didn't post it on Instagram, I should post it even though it was like not the greatest photo. It might be. It fully could be on the Instagram, but I'm just looking back at my photo library. My bad. Nans, do you have a favorite Crayola crayon? We were talking about that earlier. Oh, speaking of panda cakes, here's one that I made a little bit ago. Now we're just doing show and tell. So there's the stuffed animal, and there's the cake. Oh, there we go. There's the finished cake. Blue. Yeah, classic. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, we're in the right time period now. Booby cake. If I show you a cake with boobs on it, is Twitch gonna be mad at me? Is it gonna get censored? Somebody was breast cancer free and they wanted a booby cake, and it was really cute. They had like little fondant boobs on top. How many times am I gonna say boob in a 2-minute span? Oh, where is it? Oh, there's the dreaded Cocomelon cake. Cocomelon's fine. I'm just like, of all the kids shows, I don't like that dumb baby. Hang on, but the little TV from Cocomelon that looks like a watermelon, he's pretty cute. But here's a Cocomelon figurine I did a bit ago. Just a big cartoon baby, which is fine. I just don't love him. He's not my favorite. Closeted cakes for you. Oh yeah, cakes. And yeah, that's just my personal opinion. Cocomelon is not top tier child entertainment in my book. Oh, I was just talking about edible images. Here is someone who wanted, hang on, I'll pull that one up because we were just talking about it. So they wanted this art from a specific book series on the cake, and they wanted it, this is kind of a blurry picture, sorry. But if you can see where the 2 dragons are, that is just like a printed image, and then I laid it into the cake and put like a cool border around it. But yeah, edible images are really neat when you want, you know, a cool character, but you don't want it made by hand. Hey, Cypher. Yeah, and yeah, so it's a cool budget-friendly option, but I don't have access to edible images here. There's a cake shop I could go to and like order them and pick them up, or eventually that would have been a good investment for my business if I had bought an edible image machine. But yeah, I don't have one here, and I haven't found any of the cake shops near me that do them. I guess they're not super popular here. Rats, y'all. Okay, this is the kind of moment where I was talking about setting the Discord up earlier. This is the moment where I'd be just like, okay, I'm gonna bail and trying to find this photo, but I'll put it in the Discord later. But yeah, special announcement, Discord will be coming soon, so we'll have that. I'll link it somewhere and do all the things. But yeah, I have to set it up. I thought it was like a little just more simple, but I'm like, oh, there's like a lot of settings you gotta go through on Discord and make sure everything's all ship shape. So, so it'll be coming soon to a channel near you. Yeah. You know, about 10 more seconds of scrolling, and if I don't see this cake, I'm gonna bail. I just wanted to show you because the panda was fun and it was 3D and it was just like, oh, here we go. Okay. Wow, she looks a little goofy actually. But so this was a 3D, this is a bad angle, but this was the last Word World cake. So the little heads at the bottom are edible images and the one at the top was made out of fondant. So anyway, that was kind of anticlimactic. We're gonna move on. Okay, next thing. Yeah, so we need to put the number on the front of the cake. Cheers, y'all. What hidden message are we putting on the cake? I thought about that too. I was like, what if I just like use a strategic placement of letters and then they put it all together and they're like, oh. What would the most ridiculous thing be? And then what would the most shocking thing be that you could hide on a children's cake? Honestly, that would get pretty shocking pretty quickly. Okay, so, oh, it's a 4. Should be more intentional with the placement of this. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, number 4. Hidden Bible verses. Oh, hey, Raiders. Hey, Star for Life, welcome in. Yo, we're making a starry cake, so that's kind of fitting. Birthday cake today for an order. It's just like rainbow stars and letters. It's supposed to be themed after this like kids show called Word World. I can't say that quickly. Same thing with when I try to say like World War I. It's just a jumbly mess. Yeah, and then I gotta deliver this later today, and the customer has some little character toppers, so they're putting on top. So today's cake design, pretty chill. We've been doing some other fun designs on the channel, but today's is, you know, since it was for a customer, is, you know, their call. We didn't pick out any crazy characters or themes to do. Jesus is an alien? Yeah, maybe. I know like people always say Jesus is a zombie because he came back to life or whatever, but I feel like some people don't like when you say that, so I guess I maybe shouldn't say it. I don't want to offend anybody, but yeah. Just this cutter had like a little bit of stray red frosting, sorry, red fondant on it, so I'm just going around and trimming that off from the last number that I cut out, because I want the edges of this one to look really nice also, since it's the main number on the front of the cake. Yeah, and then pretty much I might like put 1 or 2 more stars here, and then we can go grab a box and assemble the box and package it up for delivery. And I can clean up the studio a bit. Apparently I didn't do a very good job sweeping last night because I found a stray M&M. Mini M&M. That's why I didn't see it, because he's so tiny. Okay, placing it on the front. Is that centered? Maybe. All right, just scoot, scoot, and scoot, and press that down. So yeah, happy 4th birthday, Mason. calling it now. It'll be partner month deservedly. Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate you. That would be super cool. What type of icing do you like to use? This one is a Swiss meringue and American hybrid. So like instead of using granulated sugar and melting that down in meringue like you would for a Swiss meringue buttercream, I use powdered sugar and pasteurized egg whites for my meringue instead. So it's a little quicker, but you get the same benefits, decorating benefits. Like it comes out like really smooth and silky, and it's a little more stable because of the egg whites in it. And it's also not just like crazy cloyingly sweet. Oh, the understudy. It's not overly sweet like an American buttercream can be. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still sweet. There's still like a ton of powdered sugar in it, but I feel like American buttercream, it's like I have the butter and then I just keep adding powdered sugar until it's the consistency I want. So yeah. Whoops. Yeah, it's a really great buttercream. Once I get the Discord up and running, I was like, I could share recipes in there too if anybody's interested. I didn't know like what ratio of viewers like actually like baking, or they're just here for vibes and stuff. But if there's any bakers in the chat, we could like share recipes and stuff. That would be really fun. Yeah. A relative named their kid Mason as well. Nice. I like the name Mason a lot. I think it's a really cute name. And a baker chemist. Is this a hobby for me or my full-time cake Picasso? I am a professional cake decorator. I've been decorating cakes for about 10 years, but I moved overseas to South Korea. So I closed down, I had a small business. I was running it for about 2 years before I moved to South Korea. And we're here, my husband works with the military, so we're here under the SOFA agreement. It was like put into place during the Korean War. Anyway, so basically like if you come over here to live as an American in this capacity where, it's like there are specific restrictions from you opening a business here or getting a job here. You have to get a special sponsorship to get a job. So I'm not currently like running my business at full capacity. That's why I started streaming, because I was like, well, that would be encouragement to keep making cakes and stuff. But so I get orders every now and then from people who live on the base, but yeah, so now it kind of turned into part-time hobby, part-time professional, if that makes sense. So like I get orders, but it's not like the same volume as before. It's not like a full-time job anymore. It's not a full-time income anymore. So I don't know, I thought streaming would be a good outlet, and also if I'm just making cakes for stream, I get to pick what themes and characters they are, so that's fun. And I get to continue to practice new techniques. So like last night I made a Fortnite llama cake to celebrate getting an affiliate, so that was really fun because I was like, ooh, it'll be funfetti inside, and then it'll be a confetti cake or a piñata cake inside where we cut it open and something spills out, you know, something festive. But the reason I picked that design is I've been wanting to do more structured cakes. So I made like an armature, like a 4-legged armature to put under the cake. So there was like dowels, it was a whole thing. Anyway, all that to say that when I'm picking the designs, then I can work in new like techniques and stuff that I want to practice while I have the freedom to, you know, design whatever cakes I want. And yeah, and then my husband takes the cakes to work when they're not for an order, and his building's big, so he just drops them off in the break room usually, and then they get eaten by the end of the day from the various people in the office and stuff like that, so that works out. But I was talking about maybe doing a promo on the base's page where I like let people know the days, like especially since we're doing scheduled streams now, if we pick the design ahead of time, maybe I can like blast out a post to just the base page and see, because that way I feel like the designs would get to the people maybe that like are excited about that theme. Because like when my husband takes them into the office, like some people know who Kirby is, but some people don't. He's like, oh yeah, they thought it was cool. But it'd be neat if I'm gonna give away a cake for free. Like if I make a cool Zelda cake, it'd be cool if I could like find a Zelda fan on base who wants a free cake kind of thing. So that would be kind of fun. Also, hopefully his office building doesn't get sick of cake. That's the other thing. I'm like, I gotta find more people to give these away to so that they don't get sick of it. So anyway, but today's cake, obviously, we're not gonna cut it because it's for somebody who ordered it for today. I think their birthday party's actually tomorrow, but they wanted to pick it up tonight, so they had it in place and everything. Anyway, yeah. So kind of half and half. That was my super long-winded answer to, is this a hobby or is it full-time? Kind of in the middle now in this capacity. Yeah. So yeah, long story short. Gonna cause a surge in Ozempic usage on base. Yeah, I worried about that with the beginning of the year, if I was gonna see a downturn in people's excitement, like, you know, people starting New Year's resolutions or whatever, trying to eat better. But nah, he checked back the other day and he said, yep, Kirby is gone. And it's also cool because with his coworkers that we're closer with, if I can, like, you know, message them later in the day, it's nice if I try a new filling. Like over the summer, I was testing a new like pineapple filling recipe, like a pineapple compote. And then like I'll have him pick their brains and like if it's a new recipe that I'm making up, be like what they think, good, bad, any like feedback. So that's cool. You can do a little crowd testing with stuff also in this way. So that'll be good. So even though I'm not, you know, working at full capacity, I can still make, you know, progress and develop some things while I have this kind of extra time. So yeah. Durian cake. Yeah, we gotta make a durian filling. Oh boy. My dilemma would be it looks too good to cut into. That happens sometimes, but with some of the ones that I cut on stream, I like will patch them back up. Like I'll put the slice back in and then smooth out the buttercream so that the cake doesn't dry out. But yeah, that's a little easier to cut into it if you turn it around. You're like, oh, Kirby's already had some work done on his butt. Like it looks like there was a cut and then it was put back in and smoothed over. So, you know, they're not picture perfect by the time they get to the recipients usually. And if I take a cake to a function, people will usually be like, oh no, it's too cute or too fun to cut into. I'm like, I already got photos, so I'll cut it for you. And I'm just like, yeah, come in all crazy. Yeah. 1,000 followers durian cake. Okay, we might have to make this official. Cakes look so good. Oh, thanks so much, Flame Burst. Appreciate you. Yeah. We're pretty much finishing up. I might put another star here or there, just where I see little gaps, but then I'm gonna go grab a box and box this puppy up. So that's good. But yeah, I'm gonna put one more blue star on top. Yeah, I've just been, while we're chit-chatting, I've been like scoping out where I'm gonna put like the last finishing touches on this one. So yeah, the kicker, but don't tell anyone it's durian until after they eat it. Yeah, if they don't smell it coming, that would be a fun a fun trick. But I feel like some people might tune in to the aroma before it reaches their lips, you know? I do know for a fact there is at least one person in his office who loves durian. So that one guy will be very excited. I was talking about him the other day. He was excited because he saw some, like a small package of durian for sale in like the fruit market. Like they had cut it open and then portioned it or whatever. He's like, ooh, I can take this home and I can eat it because like his wife and his kid don't like durian. And then he had got home late. And the next morning, his wife had woken up. She was super pregnant at the time, and she was like, did you bring durian into this house? And he's like, oh no, I thought if I just put it in the freezer really fast, nobody would smell it. But she was on to him. Same thing with, he was practicing making kimchi at the house, and he had just left it fermenting on the countertop. And she's like, you have to move this. I cannot be getting extra crazy morning sickness while I'm trying to make coffee. Like, you gotta put this somewhere else where I'm not gonna smell it every morning. So, yeah. Oh, nice. I like that little blue one on top. How about another red one right here? And we'll put an orange one right here. Well, there's orange and orange. We'll do purple here and a red one here. But yeah. Take it home on the metro. Yeah, I'm sure I'll make a lot of friends that way. Because it sounds like, again, I haven't tried it yet, but it sounds like even when it's packaged up, it has a very a smell that permeates all substances. Yeah, red or green. I'll do a tiny, teeny, tiny red star there. But yeah, oh, there's like a little crumb of orange left over. Here we go. Orange crusties. I left this one sitting for a while unattended. Nice, okay. Red star. You've been making kimchi with watermelon rinds, highly recommended. Oh, yum. I have done a different kind of pickle with watermelon rinds before, but I've never tried kimchi style, like a fermented one or one that has like gochujang in it. That would be tasty. Also, I like watermelon rinds are like just different cucumbers in my head. Like they're very cucumbery. I mean, and that's, you know, the all-star pickle as far as the US is concerned anyway. I just saw a thing the other day that said originally, like traditional kimchi, before chilies made it over here to Korea, it was white kimchi, and it was still cabbage and radish or whatever, but the gochujang was actually a later introduction because they didn't have chilies here originally, I guess. So that's kind of cool. We want maybe something right there. Trying to decide if it should be orange or purple. I guess orange because the purple's right there. And now we got red crusties from that tiny red star. That's the only thing. I just don't want any remnants of the last color to be on here when I cut the new color out. Yum. Let's see, what other... Our neighbors actually gave us a big container of kimchi when their family made it. That was really sweet. It was also like a lot. I chucked some in the freezer because it wasn't the fermented kind, it was like the fresh kind. And pretty much that happened last year too when they made it. They gave us some, which is so sweet and kind and generous. My husband doesn't eat a lot of kimchi. He says he's burnt out on it. So I was like, okay. They basically gave me an entire head of cabbage. I was like, I guess I need to, this is all me. You know, I'm gonna, it's my sole responsibility. There we go. Little tiny orange star. Give a little pat, pat, pat. Flatten it out. Okay, how about another green one right there? But I want to do a different sized one. Where's my teeny, teeny, tiny, eensy one? Maybe this is the smallest one. For some reason, I thought I had one that was even smaller than this. But I might be just imagining it, I think. How about a green? I could do a big one, I guess. I did a big one on this side in green. Just need one more thing there, I feel like. How about a green letter? I didn't do all the letters. Okay, there. How about we got Q and V. I'll do a Q or an F or a U. I'll do a U. I haven't done a U yet. There you go. Oh, that didn't work. I didn't press down hard enough. Oh, now I pressed down too hard. Oh, what a disaster. Alrighty. But yeah, I was glad I found those tiny packages of sprinkles at the dollar store because at the Daiso because I had ordered, I ran out, I had like a big container of rainbow sprinkles because I use them a lot and those are usually what I use in the funfetti cake. Or the confetti cake, not a trademark funfetti product. But those didn't come in time, so I was like, oh snap, what am I gonna use for this upcoming cake? So I found an alternative until my big box of them comes in. Yeah, because I haven't found any bulk sprinkles at the local cake decorating shops that I've been to around here. I've noticed like they just have like a lot of small packages. I can't just find like a giant jug of rainbow sprinkles or a big like, you know, Tupperware container of them. So I did order that online. I'd rather find most of the stuff around me, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, check my battery and this battery. That's definitely gonna be when I set up all the channel point redemptions. We're gonna have maybe a battery check thing until we get the cord for the camera that has the continuous power source for it. Anyway, just thoughts. I've just been lately, since been brainstorming stuff, ideas for the channel. I've just been excited about like all the future plans to make things better and more exciting and more convenient, more streamlined. Yeah, so that's why I keep rambling about it with you guys. Okay. Oh, white would have been better due to less staining of everything. Oh, for the kimchi, I think that was. Was this the same purple you made for Minecraft yesterday? The fondant color? No, I made a new, that was 2 different fondant colors for that one, but yeah. Yesterday's cake was, sorry, I think I said Minecraft earlier. I meant to say Fortnite. And the only fondant part was I had to make a little fondant skirt that went around his bottom to hide where I had put that little wooden structure underneath it. So there was a fondant strip around it, but it was kind of more of a pinky purple fondant, and this was a different darker fondant. And then the darker color purple that was on the Fortnite cake was buttercream. So yeah. Final product, I do need to do a clip or like a highlight from, or another highlight from that one. And coming up, these are gonna take me a little longer, but I am gonna do edited versions of the streams where you, if you miss a stream, you could just go watch like an 11-minute video of the process on YouTube instead of watching a whole 4-hour thing. I think I will have a separate YouTube channel dedicated to the long ones if anybody just wants to throw those on and listen to them in the background kind of thing. But for my current YouTube channel, in its current capacity, I'm gonna make those edited versions, like a 10 to 15 minute process video of these longer streams, just kind of cut down so like you can still see what happened without, you know, sticking around for hours and hours if it's not live, you know. Yeah. Oh, the cakes turned out great. Thanks so much. I'm glad you checked back in. Yeah, we're pretty much just about done. I'm just going around and seeing if there's any finishing touches here or there I want to put on it, but yeah, pretty much about to, you know, call it on this one. And I'll clean up this fondant mess, and I will also box up the cake so it's ready for delivery later. And I can show you all my cute kitty cat stickers that I ordered forever ago that I still have not run out of. They're just little stickers that I put on the boxes that say thank you. I did not design them. I've designed most of the graphics on the channel and everything, but I did not make these stickers that I'm going to show you. I just found them online and thought they were cute. And they came in a big old roll, so I was like, I could just use as many of these as I please. So, alright, folks, I think maybe one more red thing right here or right here. Maybe like a blue thing up top and then a red thing right there. And then we'll call it for the decorations on this one, I think. Has Cisco delivered you a truckload of sprinkle? No, I've never gone that crazy with my sprinkles. I definitely did not go through them that quickly when I had my own business, but yeah, I did have like a big, like one of those, like, you know, bulk spices sometimes come in like that jug with the handle. I had like a big one of those at one point and then gradually worked my way through them. But yeah, this has turned out so well. Mason's gonna love it. Oh, thanks so much. I hope so. Their birthday's tomorrow, so hopefully, yeah, hopefully they have a good birthday tomorrow. I don't know if they're doing it like an at-school kind of birthday. If they're 4, they could be in like daycare or something. I'm not sure. I don't know this person like personally that ordered the cake, so I don't know. Or if it's gonna be like a, you know, at the house kind of birthday with the fam or something. So, yeah. So I hope they have a really good birthday tomorrow as well. My sister's birthdays are coming up. I need to, I don't know, send them a little digital message or a drawing or something. It's definitely way too late to mail anything, so it'll be more like a thought that counts kind of year, I think. I have two sisters with February birthdays. Couple of Aquariuses, I suppose. I was about to say aquariums. I'm like, that's not it. I've got a couple of aquariums. That's not it. Alrighty. Korean Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah. Yup. Here we go. Did anyone do a water check? Ooh, good call. Nope, we haven't done that yet. Yeah. Got the water bottle though. Thanks. Appreciate you. Alrighty. I am going to tidy up my fondant chaos here and all my cutters and stuff. We're gonna nudge this up so you can still see it, but it'll be out of the way so I don't accidentally elbow it while I'm tidying. And yeah, we'll just hang out, chit chat for a little bit, and then we'll box it up and, you know, that'll be it. Is there Toys R Us in Korea? No, I haven't seen Toys R Us in Korea personally. They do have, so the couple malls near us, they're like multi-tiered malls. And malls are still very big here. I feel like back home in my hometown, for a while, it felt like all the malls were dying. And, you know, I guess it's the whole online shopping, whatever. Anyway, I digress. The malls near here, they have like a luxury floor, and then there'll be just kind of like a general things floor, or like, you know, sports and apparel. And then there's like a kids specific dedicated floor. And there is a cute brand here called Wiggle Wiggle. I really love it. Their designs of everything are like bright primary colors. Like this would very much fit in their color palette. And they have like a couple different characters that are on their stuff. Like there's a cat, a bear, a rabbit, and stuff. Yeah, you'll have to look it up if you haven't. It's a really cute brand, and there's like, you know, daisies with smiley faces and stuff. It's really cute. They have all kinds of accessories and like clothes, pajamas, slippers, bath towels, everything you could want there. Toys also, like different little figurines and things. Toys R Us is dying in Canada. Oh, my floor is the poor people floor. I know that's what we always say when we're at the mall and we go down the escalator, like, this floor is not for us. There's too many brand names here. I'm like, I haven't even heard of Bulgari. I'm like, is that even a real thing? Yeah, and I was like, yeah, time for us peasants to return to the food court. And the, return to the Uniqlo. I'm like, where's the Uniqlo in this establishment? But yeah. Toys R Us is dying in Canada. That's so sad. What's Jeffrey gonna do? The big giraffe. What's he gonna do now? You know? Toys R Us used to be so cool. Like I have a very vivid memory of my grandma would give us $15 on our birthday, and that was a huge deal because like growing up we didn't have like an allowance or anything. I'm one of 7 siblings, so big family that subsisted on a teacher's salary, so there wasn't a lot of like, that $15 was the highlight of my fiscal year as a child. Anyway, but I have one vivid memory of going to Toys R Us, and I picked out this like train toy with my birthday money. It was the coolest thing. I still don't know exactly how it worked. I still think it's the coolest thing. It was like a little red train, and it had different like CDs that you put in the back. They were just like plastic, but depending on which one you put in the slot, it played a different little tune while it like rode around. It was the coolest thing ever. It's like a very specific memory too, like very vivid. I still remember that day. Yeah, but Toys R Us was sick. And then I remember another time me and a couple of my sisters went to Toys R Us and we got Floam. I don't know if y'all remember Floam. I feel like this was way before the current slime craze, but there was always like an infomercial on the kids channel. I think it was like once we had the Nickelodeon channel, because we didn't have it for a long time, and it was a significant era when we did have the Nickelodeon channel, and Floam was always on there as like a child's commercial, I guess. It was like the slime that had like all the styrofoam beads in it, so it was very like fluffy and stretchy and weird. And me and each of my sisters, we each went and we picked out a different color so we could all play with it at the same time. At what age did you get an Easy Bake Oven? I sadly have never owned an Easy Bake Oven. I love the concept. A friend of mine growing up had it, so I did have an Easy Bake Oven experience probably when I was like 7 or 8. It was like in 3rd grade, so I did get to do one time with them, but I never had my own. We did have, I think it was my brother's. He got it when he was younger, and then it was a creepy crawly set. It was like these different trays, and they're like little metal trays with bug molds, and then you put like this goo in them, and then you put them in under maybe like a UV light or something. You had to put them in. It wasn't an Easy Bake Oven, but you had to put them in something so that they could cure. And then when you would pull them out, they were little stretchy rubber, like silicone kind of bugs. And I feel like that was pretty sick at that age, because I don't know, that wasn't really a thing. Like 3D printing was a future concept, and I don't know, I feel like that was like Play-Doh, but even cooler, because you could keep it around after and it wasn't hard as a rock. And they were still like wiggly and jiggly, and they really made you want to chew on them. I always had the urge to, but the stuff, whatever they were made of, smelled terrible, so that was like a good deterrent at the age. Yeah. Camera, battery? Nope, we're good. Yeah, but I love Easy Bake Oven content now on, I think like I saw a Trixie Mattel video where she was doing an Easy Bake Oven, and I feel like there was also an episode of Good Mythical Morning or Game Grumps a while ago where they did Easy Bake Oven projects. What about that McDonald's one where you can make the apple pies from like white bread? You get like a slice of Wonder Bread and then you make a McDonald's apple pie, but it's like white bread, and then they gave you the apple goo filling. And you like roll it in cinnamon sugar. That's fun too. Love a good food craft. Oh, my sister and I went through a big, well, I feel like it was a significant phase of loving to watch, my first exposure to it anyway, loving to watch those little sushi making candy kits where it's got like you can make the caviar, the roe, but it's like sodium alginate, and then it's basically spherification, so you can like spherify any little liquids and stuff, and then it's like that popping boba texture basically. But yeah, you would watch people like with the tiny little mixers, and you mix it up and you push the gummy candy into the mold and it looks like rice, and then you make the tamago, it's like another gummy candy, and you stack all the little sushis. That was always fun. Or those teensy tiny baking channels where they have like, I got a tiny spoon and a tiny bowl, and then I'm baking a pie in a bottle cap. Crazy. Bananas. I do want to do an edited video for YouTube one time that's like, the focus is like making something super tiny. Like super tiny and detailed. I think what I want to do is like make a small like dollhouse replica of like a cake shop or a bake shop, and so then I'll make like tiny cakes to put on the countertop and like tiny things to put on like the shelves, and make a tiny KitchenAid out of fondant or something. Anyway, that's a story for another day. Okay, I'm gonna finish wrapping up my fondants, and then this big guy's gotta go in a box. But yeah, And this time, I won't forget to seal these in a Tupperware because I did that last time, and then a couple of my pre-mixed like colors that I had mixed got dried out. And I was complaining about that the other day. I mean, it's my own dang fault. I didn't seal them back up properly. But yeah. Tiny kitchen while only using those tiny. Oh, yes, get the tiny hands that you stick on your fingers and like try to knead a tiny ball of dough with dumb tiny hands. Excellent. Top tier comment in my limited opinion, my limited experience. Okay. Yeah. That'd be super fun and cute and adorable. Boop. Yeah. Scissors. I could use this for 2 balls. Neat. Green. And blue. Yeah. Oops. I've got some modeling chocolate coming in, which is good because so far the modeling chocolate that I've made at home has definitely not been as good quality as the Hot Hand brand. I am going to keep working on that because it would be convenient and more cost effective to make my own modeling chocolate. I just need to like tweak the recipe. It needs to be more pliable. I made it at home and then used it in the next day, and I had to like work with it a really long time to get it to the proper consistency. It like seized up really firmly, so I think that means I needed to add more corn syrup to it, because essentially what it is the ratio of corn syrup to the chocolate product that you melt. So you can do it with dark chocolate, milk chocolate, white chocolate, or like candy melt type chocolate. It's not really chocolate, but the ratio of corn syrup that you add to it is different for each type of chocolate because they each have their own sugar content already. So that is another thing I want to work on because it would be much less expensive to make it myself if I can get it to the same level of, you know, same quality level basically. You ate a decent square of that plastic wrap today unknowingly. Oh no, you got macroplastics. You don't even have microplastics in you now. Oh man, I did earlier, or like sometime last year, one of the cakes that I sent to work with my husband, I had left the parchment circle on the bottom of the cake layer, and then they cut into it, and it was fine. They saw it, nobody ate it, but they cut into it and they're like, what is that? And then they like pulled it out. It was fine. But one of his coworkers, who's like more of like a friend of ours, was like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. And I was like, literally, whenever he came home and told me, I was like, oh my gosh, literally like mortifying. Like, how could I? That's never happened before, to my knowledge. And I feel like if that had happened to a customer, they would have told me. So, and it was for a video I made on YouTube. It was a wave. I made like a buttercream ocean wave, and then there was a sandpiper bird on top. I went back and watched a video and you could totally see it. When I picked up the cake layer and stacked it on, I was like, there it is. I see it. I was distracted by the fact that I was filming, I think, and so I just, yep, lucky they didn't sue me, you know. Bought a tray of spring rolls to eat on the road and didn't know they wrapped each roll in plastic. I gotcha. That's also like when you get a sandwich or a bagel around here. A lot of times it's like wrapped in wax paper or like parchment paper, but then they super tightly wrap it in plastic wrap so that they can cut it in half, but it still all stays together. But then if you're trying to eat it without having it fall apart, I try to maintain the wrapping a little bit, but I have gotten like shreds of plastic wrap before from that, because I'm like, y'all need to use a sharper knife if y'all are gonna do it this way, and then like cut through it all in one go and not have like shredded little plastic confettis. I'm probably doomed anyway. I've already probably consumed so much plastic in my life, so what's another couple grams here and there. But yeah, I am just gonna chuck these in the container and then I'll take them and clean them because some of them have little fondant crusties on them and I need them to not be like that. But again, these are, like I was talking about that rolling pin earlier, these are ones that you have to make sure you dry out really well because they have the actual spring inside and I don't want the spring to get all gross. So yeah. Also, everything in this household is washed by hand. We don't have a dishwasher. It's sad. It's a real buzzkill. But I literally haven't lived in an apartment with a dishwasher since like I first moved out of my parents' house like 10 years ago or so. The very first apartment I moved into had a dishwasher and I was like, oh, what a luxury. I don't even feel like I appreciate it enough for how much I have not appreciated it since then, not having a dishwasher. Because growing up, my parents, they weren't dishwasher people. We washed everything by hand. I think that was part of my childhood. I think the dishwasher was actually like busted. I think it was broken and not working. But then otherwise they're like, it's more eco-friendly if you wash it by hand. I don't think that's true anymore with like modern dishwashers. Maybe that was true in the past, but I think the amount of water you use is more efficient if you, depending, I don't know, don't quote me on that. I'm sure it depends on the model or whatever, but yeah. Totally not BPA free. Yeah, same. Unfortunately. All kinds of plastics. Get a portable dishwasher? Yes, I saw, we went to like an appliance store. We were just walking around looking at all the cool stuff. They had like really tall dehumidifiers that you could put in your closet, and they had humidifiers, but they also had air purifiers. That's what we were looking for at the time because the AQI over here can be pretty bad sometimes. So for your overall health, it's crucial to have some kind of air purifier in your house or in multiple rooms, depending on the size and what the square footage it covers is. I've also read that if you have pets, you should have an air purifier for your overall health. It's like it's a boon for your health. Anyway, we were looking for air purifiers, but they had like a countertop. I think it was a Samsung or an LG brand. Yeah, they get it more clean and they use less water and it's like properly sanitized if the water temperature is correct and everything. So like, yeah. They had cute countertop dishwashers. And it was about, oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Like, I don't know, maybe this big, like maybe the size of 2 microwaves or a microwave and a half or so, like a big microwave, I'm thinking. And we have a decent amount of counter space in our kitchen right now, so I'm thinking like that would be a good investment. And the size of it makes sense since it's just my husband and I. Like, we're not a big family, so like we're not a huge family. So I do go through a lot of baking dishes, but all my cake pans and stuff I have to wash by hand, and then stuff like this I have to wash by hand. But it would be pretty sick if I got a little tabletop one. There's also some specific, I think it was like the bespoke line of Samsung products, which is like a little extra, like silly. But they had these different appliances in bold, fun colors. Like they had a pink, a red, a yellow, and it was a pretty like sunny yellow, like a dandelion yellow, not like a bright lemon yellow. And I was like, okay, yeah, if we're going to invest in a, you know, goofy little appliance, I'm gonna pick a fun colored one. So yeah, it's cute. I feel like it would brighten up the kitchen. Also, it's very white and taupe in there, so maybe whatever. That's on the future list, especially now that I do think we're gonna live here an additional, what year is it? Probably at least 2 more years. I'm like, I feel like that justifies getting it. And then if the hookups are not US compatible, if we move back to the US after this, I could sell it somewhere or see if the landlord wants to keep it or something like that. So yeah, anyway. Dishwasher dreams. But all that to say, the next place we move, that's gonna be one of my priorities. For sure, that's gonna be one of my deal breakers. I'm like, we gotta have a dishwasher in this house, because yeah, the other 3 apartments I had lived in before this, 3 or 4 apartments, no dishwasher, all hand wash. It's fine. I'll live. It would be a time saver though. And also, yeah, just that peace of mind knowing that something's sanitized, because like, you know, cooking with like raw meat or chicken, I'm always like real paranoid when I'm washing the dishes. I'm like, I should probably wash this like 4 more times just to be sure. I'm not trying to get sick. Get all my fondant crumbs. And I'm gonna wipe down the table, and then I can go grab our box and we can box this guy up. Just wanna make sure there's nothing that's gonna get on my nice clean cake box. But yeah. She had so many arguments over the dishwasher she refused to allow you to use it. Was it like how you arrange the dishes inside the dishwasher? I've heard a lot of disputes about that. There's this fake internet court podcast I listen to called Judge John Hodgman. It's funny, but it's all about like disputes among spouses and siblings or coworkers or whatever. And it's usually like, you know, very like minutia. It's not like big drama stuff. It's like little stuff. And there was probably a couple of episodes that were centered around people's unhinged dishwasher loading practices. So, yeah. Well, hey, nice emoji. You're the first one to use it. I'm excited. Get a commercial dishwasher for the heck of it. Honestly, yeah, if we moved into a place that had, so this is the dream, guys. If we moved back to the States, depending on where we end up and depending on what the cottage law is, it would be sick if I could run the cake business from the house, if I had a separate baking studio area. Because like some places have, you know, different laws about running a food business from your house also. So it would depend on where we end up moving after this, but that's the dream. And plus also, I feel like it would be a decent income, you know, doing it from the house without the overhead of paying for the commercial kitchen use, because that's what I did before. Had a commercial kitchen that I had like a membership to, but like the monthly rent was a considerable portion of, you know, the overhead and stuff like that. So we were getting there. I was like in the black and it was like steady growth, but I feel like so much more of the, oh, battery. Oh, bother. Hang on one sec. I forgot to check again. Like a goober. One moment, please. Oh, is this one the dead one or is this one the dead one? My bad. We're back. Sorry about that. Yo. What's that? Yes. Okay. I put the full one in. My bad. Move to California. It's lawless. Yes. Exactly. Because dishes never filled the machine and she didn't want to use it always by hand. Oh, yeah. Like you don't want to run it unless there was a full load of the dishwasher. I get that. Whoops, my bad. Knocked over my trash bucket. Yeah, growing up, that was like one of our chores. Like once you got into middle school, it's like, okay, you gotta pick a night of the week and then you gotta start washing dishes now. So my parents spread out the dishwashing duties at that time of our life when we were all still living at home pretty much. Yeah. California would be cool. I know the cost of living is high, but yeah, I know like there's like tons of small businesses and farmers markets and stuff like that. So it does seem like home production of foods and stuff, like it's a good environment for that. So that would be sick. I don't know. Places, it might be Virginia, it could be Boston. I don't know. There's like a lot of possible places where we could end up, but we're not gonna know until like 6 months before we leave here where we're headed, basically, I guess. So that makes planning on my end, I don't know. That is one thing about this life that I'm like, I go back and forth about, because I'm like, well, what do I do in the future if I don't know where we're going to be in the future? That's why I thought taking this tattoo course would be cool, because there's tattoo parlors all over the US. So if it's not somewhere where I can run my own business or find a bakery that I want to decorate at, I could potentially, go through an apprenticeship and get on somewhere doing tattooing as an alternate profession. So who knows, maybe I'll be streaming full time. Because that's another thing. I could take this anywhere and do this anywhere pretty much. So I don't know. Just trying to account for any eventualities, but without having a solid plan per se. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Minneapolis. I've never been to Minneapolis. Minnesota, right? Minneapolis, Minnesota. I've never been there. that is like a bucket list thing. I'd like to visit every state in the US before I die, or like before I turn 50. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't have a super long time. But we did a road trip from when we were living in Florida. We did a road trip from Florida all the way to LA and back in my little Nissan Versa, of all things. That poor car. It had a lot. It went through a lot. I love that car, but it was the first car that I ever bought. I bought it with all the money I saved up from leftover scholarship money and working at a movie theater. I didn't know a lot about cars at that time, but it had a CVT transmission, and that became an issue later on where the transmission... Okay, the way it happened though was the best way something bad could have happened, basically. After we moved to Virginia, we made a road trip down from Virginia back to where we lived in Florida. We picked up my husband's grandma along the way so that she could also visit his mom, aka her daughter. Anyway, it's 15 hours from Virginia to Florida, and we made it all the way to Florida, and then I'm pulling off the interstate into our hometown, and the car goes and then just is coasting. I'm like, that didn't sound good. And so I roll slowly into a parking lot nearby, and we're like, what happened? Evidently, the transmission had just died. Yeah, CVTs are the worst ever. Why did they do that? It's a cheap alternative and they don't last. But all that to say, we were visiting home for a week, and I was like, now I have to deal with this while we're on vacation, essentially. But I'm super grateful it happened the way it did, because one thing, they had an extended warranty that hadn't run out yet on the CVT transmission. So they had to allot for some of the replacement or something, because they knew it was trash. And so, and I was just under the deadline. After this date, they were not going to compensate you at all for it. Plus, we made it all the way home. We didn't break down on the side of the road in Georgia somewhere, or from the 6-hour drive from his grandma's house to our hometown. That would have been terrible, because she was already 87 at that point. She was quite old still at that point. She's still with us, but she was already really old, and long car drives were hard on her body. So I'm like, thank gosh it didn't break down on the side of the road while we had her with us, and we're just what do we do now? And then I was able to take care of it while I was in town. They replaced it, totally new. Yeah, so it was annoying and unfortunate, but it happened in the best possible way it could have happened, so can't complain too much. And my car got me all the way home, so it did good. I like that little car. I was very proud of that little car. I paid for it myself, and it was my first car that I ever it was the first car I ever bought, basically. Up until that point, when I was living at home, we shared, me and a couple of my sisters shared what used to be my mom's old car. And so we would have to, be like, oh, I got class this night, and it's I got work this night. So it was very much I'll drop you off at work, and then, you know, after class, I'll pick you up kind of thing. So, yeah. Also, that car died on me. I was driving that car when it died. It was a silver Saturn. That was a good car. It lasted forever. I think my parents got it used, so it wasn't like new when they got it, or I had like a ton of miles on it, but yeah. Designed to fail, easy to manufacture. Exactly, the CVTs. It's just, what is it? Designed obsolescence or something. Yeah, just replaceable garbage that, same with, okay, don't get me started on this, but those blenders, there's like the Ninja blenders and different stuff like that. They don't make the, what is it called? The bearings, the little thing that you put in there. They don't use the higher quality one so that it lasts forever. Instead, they use a cheap bearing that rusts and goes crazy so that you have to keep buying replacement bases for that blender. Trash, just trash. Why do people do this? I don't know. It's the whole like iPhone battery argument also, where, you know, it's like, just make something that lasts, make it sustainable. There's less waste and then happier consumers, but then obviously they're not spending as much money. I get it. It's all for, it's always money. It always comes back to money. In theory, with stronger parts and more thought, it could work, but so far it's a work in progress. Gotcha. Oh, the CVTs, yeah. Classic Saturn. Yeah, I like the Saturn car. You don't know what to get now, but sticking with Fisker for cookware for that exact reason. Yes. I actually don't know Fisker very well. I'll have to look into that brand. I'm trying to think if I've encountered any of their products. But yeah, it makes more sense to invest in something that's gonna last rather than like, well, this is cheaper and then like dies on you, you know, a year later or whatever. Yeah. For blenders and other little things like that. Gotcha. Yeah. The blender that we got here, I don't know if it's like a Korean brand or if it's just one that's popular here, but it's called Cuckoo, like the bird, like a cuckoo. Oh, I was talking about fun animals that I've encountered over here. We have heard a cuckoo bird in the woods on the mountain nearby. I still haven't spotted one, but I've heard it several times. I'm like, it legit sounds like a cuckoo clock. Like, it just sounds like cuckoo, cuckoo. Like, literally. I always thought that was kind of like a cartoony representation of one, but it just sounds exactly like that. Yeah. It's not something you'll encounter as it's the best of the best. Ah, gotcha. Outfit your kitchen with all-clad and break the bank. Yeah. All-clad, or I've heard about Maiden recently. People are saying that it's like, you know, built to last or whatever, but I haven't tried any of like the Maiden products. I need to find a cast iron pan. I don't own a really nice cast iron pan, and I want to find a good one that'll last forever, that you treat nicely and everything like that. Because every now and then you need a cast iron for something. Yeah, that's something I don't have in my kitchen arsenal. All-clad as shit. Oh, we got controversy. I can't really speak on this. I don't have any all-clad products, but through Lodge, so many Lodge cast iron pans. Gotcha. Yeah. My dad had one growing up and it was his baby. He was always like, don't, like when it was like your dish night, he was like, don't touch the cast iron. I'll deal with that. And I'm like, okay. Because he had some magical process. He's like pouring salt in there and like rubbing the grease out and then just like lovingly wiping it down with the cloth or something. It's like, that doesn't go in the dishwasher, y'all. This never goes in the dishwasher. You don't, yeah. Yeah. On the rare occasions that we were allowed to use the dishwasher, I feel like they would use it on Thanksgiving sometimes. That was when they would deign to use the dishwasher for stuff. Like when my parents had had enough of all the cooking and things. Oh, scrolling. I was like, why is the chat paused? There you go. Go camping, not clean it properly, and then toss it. Gotcha. Woks and cast iron. I don't have a really good wok either. I need like a nice big one. I like the ones that I have though, the pans. I forget what brand they are, but they're nice. I don't like the lids though. That's the only thing. The pans themselves are great, but the lids, it's like a glass top pan with like the metal rim, and I have to get like a toothbrush or like a toothpick and jam like a cloth up under the lip of it, because it's like the ring, the metal part of it, it comes like this, and then there's like a gap between where the metal and the glass part is, and then like I see stuff in there. Like even if I like scrubbed at it, I have to like really get in there for the lip of the thing. It's the little things, y'all need to know this, but yeah, everything else is good besides that. Burner at home doesn't get hot enough. Oh, we actually have gas hookups here. Satisfying to season up the, oh yeah, seasoning up like a new cast iron or a wok or something. Yeah. A universal lid. That would be good, because I also hate jumbling around through my like little cabinet down there for all my lids and stuff. Yeah. Silicone lids melt. Not if it's like the right kind of silicone, right? Like they have specific spatulas and stuff that are like heat-proof silicone and like oven-proof silicone. Like I have a couple, I guess if it's right over the flame, that wouldn't be good, but if it's on top of something boiling, maybe. You have an extra 10-inch cast iron pan? Wow. You want to mail it to me? I know you were in the chat on YouTube. Somebody's in the chat. Somebody heard me talking about them. But yeah, everything melts at high heat. Yeah, I guess, I mean, if it's hot enough, you can melt anything. We do have gas hookups at our apartment, which was cool because the stove and the oven is gas. It has this little safety timer though, so like between the gas and the oven, there's a little timer, and you have to turn it on and set the time. So like, oh, I'm going to use the oven and the stovetop for like an hour, but it automatically turns itself off so you don't leave anything going. But it's really annoying because if I'm baking for a long time and I forget to like set, I think the highest it goes is like 2 hours. So if I'm baking and I forget to reset it, there has been like more than one time, sadly, that I forgot to add time to it, and it turned off while I had cakes in the oven, and I was like, bah. It's a whole thing. I'm better about it now. Things only have to happen a couple times to me before I, you know, put a system in place to avoid those terrible mistakes again. It sinks in eventually is what I'm saying. Yeah. Ooh, that's another thing. An induction unit would be nice. I want to invest in one so that I can bring it back here, and we could do a couple special things back here on the tabletop. I'm thinking sugar or isomalt, but also we were talking about doing mirror glaze, and I realized, I was like, well, I don't have like a heat source back here, and that's very temperamental, where it's like I gotta like heat it up and have everything the right temperature and immediately dump it on the cake. So I'm like, that's not gonna work if I'm like running from the kitchen back here to do a mirror glaze situation. So yeah. I mean, yeah, whatever works, and everybody has different preferences. I don't think there's like an end-all be-all to, you know, the one pan to rule them all. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab the box for this bad boy and box them up while we're chatting. Battery check, good, okay. And I wrapped everything up, we wiped off the table. Okay, cool. Just making sure I don't forget anything. Oh, I missed a spot under the cake turntable. But yeah. Yeah, there's like a couple things in my kitchen that I would like to invest in eventually. Nothing like major, no, you know, things I can't live without right now, but I would like to get a slow cooker or like a crock pot situation. That would be nice for some days. Especially a lot of delicious stews and, I don't know, other crock pot specific recipes. But again, I probably won't get one while I'm here, because if I get one, I'd like to pick a nice one I can take home with me. And if the plugs are Korean, for a Korean outlet, it's like, oh, well, what's the point? I could find, I don't know. I guess I could find like a converter, but that would be silly to just like, I need a converter for my crock pot every time I use it back home. Yeah. Okay, we're back. I got my box. Oh, Instapot, right. I use cheapo butane burners for the stove in the studio. That's true too. It might start to smell back here. My landlord was kind of particular about that when moving in because the stove is actually not in the proper kitchen. There's a door off to the side and it's like a little utility room where the laundry machine is, the washer dryer, and the fridge that they put in is in there. And so he was particular in pointing out, he was like, look, when you're cooking, you can close this door and open this window. I'm like, yeah, I don't think they want a lot of food cooking smells in the house. And that's another thing too, like I've heard other people say that, they're like, oh, I don't cook meat in my house because I don't want the house to smell, or like I don't fry food in the house because I don't want house to smell. So it's nice to have that window right there. Just pop it open. Yeah, noxious gas in the, yeah. Unless I like opened the window and then had ventilation going. It's not like I have a proper hood back here or anything, like a ventilation hood. Yeah. So this is a different kind of box. I haven't used this type before. Here we go. It looks, oh, there we go. All right. It is not going to be tall enough, but that's okay. I'll just do that thing that I was talking about earlier when I prop the lid up and then cover the opening with plastic wrap. So no biggie. Alrighty. There's like a little paper cutout scrap in there. I guess where they punched the holes. Okay. Yeah. Hot pot. Delicious hot pot. I should go out for hot pot soon. I was eating hot pot with a friend and one of us wanted to put crab stick into the hot pot and she was like, ah yes, the hot dog of the sea. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure the crab sticks are usually just made out of like white fish, basically like a force meat, but with fish instead of sausage meats. But yeah, the hot dog of the sea. Yeah. Oh, great aeration for sure. Yeah, it was also helpful because I didn't set the smoke alarm off one time. I was making a peach cobbler and I did not put another pan under the baking dish, and some of the delicious syrupy peachy goo boiled over onto the bottom of the oven and started smoking, and I was like, oh no, I smell something. So I was like, oh shoot, I don't want to set off the fire alarm, and then my landlord's like, what are you doing? Anyway, so the window was already open, and so I just went in there and started like fanning wildly. I was like, no, I don't want to do it. It was just like a little blob of sizzling, burning, caramelized, and then super burnt goo. Oh, that was so annoying to get it off of there afterwards. After it was finished baking, I took it off, let it cool down and everything, and then it was so annoying to get all that off of there. Because I was like, I know the next time I turn on the oven, it's just going to start smoking and smelling again. So it was like a little blob that was going to continue to cook and sizzle. Here we go, beautiful little baby. Say goodbye, say happy birthday, Mason. And then yeah, I should go throw this in the fridge. Here we go. A little close on that side, Chels, careful. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about these more flimsy boxes. Once you get the cake board in there, it kind of props the sides open, but when you're first going in, sometimes that first side is a little tilty, problematic. Okay, nudge, nudge, nudge. You know what? It is tall enough. I lied. My guesstimation was totally off. I can just close the lid, I think. I'm gonna tape this together because I don't like how it's leaning inwards at all. So we'll do that. Do I have? No, I gotta run and grab some tape. I'll grab those stickers I was telling you about. They're just little cutesy kitty stickers, but they make me smile every time I look at them. It's the little things, y'all, that you have to look forward to. Yeah. Tape and stickers. I don't want to do that thing where I walk in here and then immediately forget why I came in here. Stickers, check. Tape, check. Oh boy. Well, this is good timing too, because my stomach is growling. I gotta hop off here and eat some lunch shortly. I just had a couple boiled eggs for lunch. I mean, for breakfast rather. It was just like something fast and easy. Forgetting, and then it hardens layer. Yes, and layers on the utensils. Oh my gosh, they used to call it making. So we made caramel sauce from scratch at this one restaurant I worked at. It was a staple, it was delicious. We put it on brownie sundaes, we put it on praline basket sundaes. Amazing. But it had one of the very first things when I started working at this restaurant, that the girl, before she was leaving, she was training me on pastry, and she was like, whatever you do, do not pour hot caramel in the trash can. I was like, yeah, like, no duh, kind of. Apparently somebody had been making caramel and then they like freaked out because it was burning, and they're like, oh, just dump it out of the pot so it stops cooking. It melted through the bottom of the trash can, and those were like sturdy trash cans, but it's boiling sugar. Of course it's gonna melt. And oh, caramel slice, yes. And then melted on the bottom, hot scary puddle on the floor. Had to ditch the trash can, obviously. So what we did do, if you let your caramel go too far, because you're doing too many things at one time, you just get a big hotel pan of ice and pour it over there. And then most of it would, you know, stick on the ice. Sometimes some of it would be on the hotel pan, and that was always annoying for the dishwashers. So like, social anxiety, maybe not want to burn caramel ever, because there was one dishwasher, he and I were cool or whatever, but he would always give me, you know, jokingly give me a hard time. I think I only did it maybe, I don't know, 3 times the whole time I was there. I was there for like 2.5 years or so, so that's not a bad record. We had to do it and clog the drains. No, clog the drains. That's terrible. Oh my gosh. Exactly, ice. Hey, did you seriously do this? Yeah. Anyway, but my one sous chef would call it making sculptures, because after the ice melted, you just had this crazy looking, like, it almost looked like coral, where the sugar had like poured all around the shapes of the ice cube and made these weird intricate shapes. And then the ice melted, obviously, and so like you just pull out this weird looking like alien structure of burnt sugar. Anyway, and so the one time after that, when I burnt it, my sous chef came over and was like, heard you're making sculptures again today. I was like, no, not. Thanks. Yeah. Not intentionally. I do like the smell of burnt sugar though. It smells pretty good up until a point, I think. Okay, I want to dip my sleeve onto the top of the cake. Alrighty. Come here. We're having difficulties. Shoop, shoop, shoop. Get in there. Hello. Okay, that's better. Alrighty. And yeah, I'm gonna take these so the flap doesn't poke into the cake either. The joys of sugar, indeed. But yeah, I got pretty brave because, like, you know, for our caramel sauce, we whisked whipping cream into it. But like, people would get scared, and so they would dump some in and it would bubble up. What we had to do, you just had to lock in and grab the whisk and like, don't stop whisking it. Like, it's gonna boil up, but if you keep on whisking it, it's not gonna bubble over, because it had, yeah, people did it different ways, where they would just, like the other girl who worked pastry on my off days, she would pour a little bit, like just a little bit at a time. I'm like, I don't have time to wait for this. So I would just like pour a continuous stream and keep on whisking it. So I'm like, this doesn't have to take forever. I'm like, have to make this, you know, every 3 days. Yeah. Be critical of any of those splash and injuries. Yeah, that's true. I get the caution around it. Like, I'm not saying, but like for my purposes, I was like, nah, I gotta like, I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, so like everybody's gotta do it their own way. Like for sure. Like if that's the way she's comfortable doing it. Yeah, but I would just get impatient. I'm like, just keep whisking. If you keep whisking, it doesn't bubble over. If you keep stirring it, it moderates the temperature. Here are the, oh my God, there's some extra paper. Here are the little stickers I was talking about. It's just a little kitty cat going like, thank you. I did not design these. I just thought they were cool. I saw them online. So I'm like, it's my own business. I can pick whatever stickers I want. But yeah. Yep. Alrighty. Well, I'm super pleased. I don't even have to wrap this thing up. Cool. So as much as I was criticizing this box, I'm glad that it's the right height I need. Maybe I will order them again. I was gonna say, in the packaging, I've looked at the cake decorating stores around me. One of them is called like something home baking. I haven't found a lot of cake boxes that are wide and tall enough for the style of cakes that I do, so unfortunately it's one thing that I've still had to order online, which it takes a while to get to me. Oh, but the other thing is I found some cardboard boxes that suffice at the Daiso, and I mean, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't have a little plastic window on it, but it's just like a fresh single packaged cardboard box for like 70 cents a piece. And they have 2 sizes, and one of them will fit a 10-inch cake board. So that's good, because that's one of the more common sizes of cake board that I use. And if I turn it up on its side, which is what I have to do, it's like a box like this, but I turned it on its side and left the flaps open, covered that side in plastic wrap. I was able to fit that mini tiered cake I did last week. Ugh, yeah, skin and tissue falling off with molten candy. Yeah, it's basically like, what's that stuff called? Napalm at that point. Ooh, terrible. Yeah, you can't panic around sugar. You gotta be prepared and like focused. You can't be like multitasking or else someone will get hurt. Dude, this one time, okay, really quick story time, but like trigger warning if you don't like hearing about people getting hurt. This one time, a guy on the line accidentally dumped like a steaming hotel pan in his crock, and he like tried to pull off his shoe and sock really quickly, but like, yeah, his foot was like steamed pretty bad. Like, it was not good. It was like really hot, super hot water that he just dumped into his shoe, his like kitchen clog. Yeah. Yeah, I should just grow my own trees in my own paper and make my own boxes. I know. I just, you know, I want to do things consciously. I want to make good decisions and stuff. I don't really like being wasteful, so that's why, I don't know, I always be thinking about stuff. Efficiency, cost effectiveness, yeah. And yeah, also now that the business is on like a smaller scale, I'm trying to make, you know, really good pricing decisions, because it's not the same. I don't have like an income right now, so it's like a little different. It's more just kind of orders I get petty cash. Oh, I was talking about checking the messages to see if anybody else ordered. I didn't get a notification, so I really don't think anybody ordered it, but yeah, we still just have the one Valentine's Day order. But I asked people to put their orders in by the 8th, so we have this whole upcoming week to see if anybody else wants to order a Valentine's Day cake. It's gonna be decorated like a conversation heart, the little candy hearts with the messages on it. Yeah, so we'll see if we get any more orders. We have one, so we will be making that one on that Friday morning, the Friday the 13th. Kind of sad. I still follow a lot of pages from previous places I lived, obviously, and a bunch of people are doing fun Friday the 13th flash tattoos. I was like, oh, that would be cool. Oh, I would totally get this one or this one or this one. Just like different characters and things. I'm like, rats, I'm sad I don't live there anymore. But yeah, Friday the 13th. I'm gonna go put the cake in the fridge and I'll be right back and we can, I guess, you know, I don't really have anything else to work on, I guess. So we'll kind of call it a day. And like I said, I'm gonna dedicate this extra time since I'm getting off. Well, I've been starting earlier, so that's good. But I feel like I've usually been going closer to like 4 and 5 p.m. my time. But I am gonna use these extra couple hours before I go deliver to do some admin stuff for the channel. So we'll slowly make little improvements. Want to get everything set up. And yeah, design and personalize. You know, some more stuff. All the stuff that we were talking about earlier. Get the Discord going. That'll take me a little bit to figure out. I haven't used Discord a ton, so I gotta like go in there and scope out all the appropriate settings and get different things set up. I'm gonna turn the AC now that I'm done. But yeah, thanks for hanging out today, you guys. I wish I could move to Australia. That would be cool. There's some really cool bakeries that I follow there that I would have liked to go to. There's like, what is it, Magnolia Bakery? Yeah, Ooey on the foot front. Need a cake person. Yeah, I mean, I'll be looking for a job when we leave here. So, yeah. Never going to bother. Cakes in mini forms. Yeah. Hi, K-Raid. Welcome in. Is that a pigeon or a dove? I think it's a pigeon. A white mud recipe? No, what's white mud? Like a fudge or like a white mud cake or something? I don't know. Oh wait, did we get a new subscriber? Wow, thanks for subscribing. Welcome in. Really appreciate you subscribing. Cool beans. We have, I don't think that one had any confetti in it or confetti in it. Thanks for subscribing. I had a party popper. These are a little scary though. I think that's gonna be the last one that I do because that was kind of loud. Did y'all see any confetti come out? I didn't see it. Yay! Y'all, we have 3 whole subscribers. How fun. What an awesome time. I didn't think it was gonna happen this fast. Neato. Talk next time, but I can go relax. Oh yeah, thanks. It does smell a little firecrackery. I didn't know it had, I thought it was propelled by other means. Cheers! Yay! Yeah. But this Friday, we have to pick a character for this Friday stream. Sorry, Thursday night if you live in the US. It's Friday morning my time, but Thursday night if you live in most of the US. Australia, you already know the deal. We're pretty much on the same time, but yeah, cheers, Gary. Thanks so much. Glad to have you here. Welcome in. Like I said, I got a lot of improvements and plans for growth of the channel, so thanks for getting in at the ground level. Hopefully, you know, we'll see through the process together, getting stuff customized and personalized and set up and growing a cool little cakey community. But yeah, speaking of which, this is when I would say, go to the Discord and give me some cake recommendations. But I don't have the Discord set up yet, but coming soon to a channel near you. But yeah, everybody have a good night. Have a good start to your week, depending on where you're at. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and chit-chatting and sticking around. Friday's cake will definitely be more like some kind of cool, fun character, since today's cake was a little more simple. I want to do something festive or exciting for Friday, so stay tuned for that. If I decide later today, I'll update the schedule on what character we should do. But you know what? Until then, have a good night, everybody. And yeah, till next time. I really like those emotes, they're cute. Oh, I think it's an African gray parrot, not a pigeon. Bye guys, good night. I gotta go turn it off over there, so I'm still gonna talk to you for about 10 seconds. Later, friends. Bingo. Oh yeah, a gray parrot. Oh, also one more thing. I was talking about the other day, I tried to do a raid and everybody I tried to raid, I couldn't do it. I figured out a lot of people have their raid settings to users under a certain amount of months or weeks old aren't allowed to raid them. So once we are able to raid, we're gonna sign off by doing some raids and stuff because that's really fun and I feel like it's a cool way for the community to connect to each other. But yeah, just all that to say that since my channel's new, a lot of people I'm not able to raid yet, but we'll do that in the future. Yeah. All right, officially goodbye. And thank you again for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It's always nice to have people to hang out with. But good night, everybody. See you later. Cheers, y'all. Yeah, you guys go relax too. You did great.